Yeah.
Aloha Humble just said, what's the word?
Yeah, people starting to ask.
We are live. Hey, everybody, how's it going? A little slow on the start, as usual. If you plan for us to be a little bit faster, I apologize. A little bit slow here. I just want to make sure that we're live. It looks like we are. How's everybody doing tonight? I'll get this chat popped up here.
Who's on YouTube?
Yeah, we're on YouTube, Regenerative Cannabis. What's going on, guys? I got the chat now. Thanks for coming on, everybody. We got 29 folks popping in. We're going to have a good night tonight. We got a big old crew coming in to hang out. And yeah, we're going to auction off some shit, try to raise some money for my man, Nick Risden, to get stem cells. I always want to say research after that. I'm so used to hearing the news, stem cell therapy. We got a ton of packs. There's been a ton of good donations. Jokingly having fun calling the night root beers and rums. If you got some rums, get it out. We're gonna drink together a little bit and have fun and tell some stories. Talk about a lot of genetics, and but really we're here to help this man out right here. Welcome, homie.
What's up, man?
Try to get a couple more emails out here. What's everybody smoking on tonight?
I'm smoking some ice cream cake to sherbet BX1 that the homie Landrace Indian brought over here. This stuff is stupid fire. I was talking to you about it. Can you fix that for me? Before we went live, I was telling you about this. It's got the looks, it's got the smell, it's got the taste. It's very nice.
Nice.
Much so.
I'm about to smoke some extra sherb too. It's triangle sherb.
Triangle sherb?
Yeah.
But that's good. Engaged Green Group stopped by here earlier, stopped by the house. Fangy Shin did, donated some seeds. I was looking at some of the crosses. Triangle Kush was in a lot of those crosses. Stuff really smells lovely. Like really has a lovely smell to it.
We got Brandon Rust is coming in. Nice. Here comes Jeannie Freeborn. Jean Freeborn. What up, homie?
Do what now?
Just silence that. Let me see this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. How you doing?
How you doing?
Good. How's it going, dude?
Good.
Good.
That's a cool room. I like some rooms like that, but man.
A little screened porch. It's nice.
Yeah. How was your beach day?
It was nice, dude. It was a nice day. It was like real smoky here and it was smoky there, but you get, when you're right on the water, you get like that little 100 feet or something where it's like it's smoky in the sky, but you're not breathing it, you know?
Yeah, nice. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you guys doing?
Good. Thanks for joining. So I caught you mid bite. I didn't even look.
It's all good.
Thanks for joining us. So yeah, we are live, and thank you everybody for joining. We'll have some more folks that'll pop in throughout the night. I got a whole list of stuff we can auction up. We also have a bunch of stuff on the website here, and I'm not sure exactly how to post it up. Maybe I'll put it in the comments, but it's regenerativeseeds.com/Nick-Risden. And if you go to that link, there is 15 or 20 items there that you can go in and purchase. All the profits go to Nick. we are working with the internets, and so there's a credit card processing fee and maybe some shipping and stuff. But other than that, like it's going straight to Nick. There's some really good stuff on there. We got some Bicket OG clones.
Oh, that stuff's so good, dude.
Yeah, dude, you've been growing a bunch of it too. Yeah,
Dude, we're like, I had a conversation with some of my partners, and we're deciding on whether or not it's one of those things that we want to run like full houses of and just run that, because nobody has it out here, and it's one of those things that we could get in all the shops and everybody will buy it, you know.
Nobody
Big,
really
yeah.
has a period. I mean, other than you and South Lake Farms and Kevin Jodry. And I mean, I've just released it up here this year just for medical reasons, or I wouldn't have even really released it. But you've been killing it, brother, and I appreciate it, man. So,
Dude, it's a really good plant. I mean, it's so good for commercial production because of the way that it grows. It's mold resistant. It creates a lot of mass of the leaf to calyx ratio is amazing.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have a lot of stuff that you're going to have to trim off. And because it grows so tall and lengthy, it just stacks up these
and the air moves through
buds
it.
all the way up.
Air moves through it good because the way it's opened up and things. So it is it's half my outdoor this year, especially after Turp Wizard washed it for me last year, and it just washed so well. But yeah, it's absolutely one of my favorite smokes. So
yeah, I just got to run it, and actually I ran GMO for the first time, and I was running the GMO root beers all at the same time, and it was a fucking pleasure, man. Honestly, my whole next run is going to be those three with some Roberts Creek Congo. I kind of just got an education, to be honest, in running some of these longer ones that run a little bit longer. And the way they all stack like the GMO, and they really fill out in those final weeks. And I just enjoyed it, man. I really enjoy that the fucking yield that comes off that shit. So yeah, those are available. We got a ton of other stuff too. We got some actual cherry pie cuts up there that are coming out from Cheddar Bob via Wonderland Nursery, and sent their route through Tony Boneyard Seeds. So those are up there as well. Those are a real good one to get. There's some dab tools. There's a bunch of stuff up there. Go ahead and take a look on it. Again, it's regenerativeseeds.com/Nick-Risden. And then actually Gene here and Bodie did a project, and they got some stuff up. You want to talk about that, Gene?
Those ones are that's that purple unicorn cut.
Yep.
It's Bodie's. It's that dark purple. It's real trippy smelling. I started to like pop out. I realized it has like a licorice thing to it that I hadn't realized until it got really cured. And that's super balm. I crossed that with that Gelato 33 cherry limeade male. I used that F5 cherry limeade to make that cross, and they came out really good. Like they turned into these big monster plants. So I wound up using that male on some different stuff. And Bodie had talked to me about doing that. And I mentioned it on some of these other ones here. We put up a few of them, I think, for Phoebe a while back. But those should be really pretty and colorful. And there's only, I just seeded the one plant of it. And that's all that's going to be made of them. And so those are going to be one of those things I'm going to go ahead and give those to you to put up and list. And then that'll be like something that everybody can get. It won't be a auction thing. It'll be whatever it gets listed at up there. And I'll see how many of those I can make up. I'm not sure exactly how many there is. I had some testers out and some of the testers, some of the bag of testers that I had left over from giving a couple people. Those are what last time I went ahead and put up for the last one. And then I got a bunch of people hitting me up who are like, hey, I got this, I got that. A guy hit me up. He made a whole bunch of, he took a Cherry West male from my Cherry West back cross seeds, and he made a bunch of those. Somebody hit me up with some more stuff, like maybe another 5 people or something. And I just told him to go ahead and hold off. But if they wind up, I might wind up just having them shoot all that over there and get listed as stuff that people can just go ahead and pick up without being in the auctions and stuff. And then as far as the auctions, I was trying to figure out what I had that was really cool. And I have some stuff that Lion Tree gave me. And so I asked him if it was okay if I did some of those, because he took a root beer back cross 2 male from me. And he made a bunch of stuff with that. And a few of those had been done on a different auction and they did really well. And he said, oh, he goes, keep those. He's going to go ahead and put them up and do those. So we can do some of those. I have the list of that. There's trying to remember, there's a Chem D. There's, what else is there? That Tropical Sleigh Ride. There's maybe like 6 or 8 different crosses. The Biz, which is like the other dog walker cut, that's not the more popular one, that's supposed to be really nasty. I haven't seen it, but he said it's super good. And One Eye, the guy who bred that stuff, he said that one's really special too. So those are some cool ones. We can put those up whenever. And yeah, so that stuff for sure is a go. And then I don't know, like we can we can try to do everything tonight, figure it out, and then have some stuff shot over to you to get listed. And then I don't know, we can do this, we could do this again on Monday or whatever, and try to figure it out and try to get there.
Hey, Gene,
I'm on.
Jackson, one of the things that a bunch of people ask me about, which is crazy, it's funny to me, but they don't know if root beer is a real cannabis variety or if it's a meme. And people, I shit you not, I've had probably 10 or 12 people hit me up on the DMs asking me if root beer is a real thing or if it's a meme.
Yeah, it's purely an NFT only strain. Clone onlys are rare and elite, but NFT only strains are like, this is the new level, this shit is, you can't get your hands on it,
Only available in the minds of elite breeders.
Yeah. It's legendary.
The Coca-Cola Gene on the root beer, is that a sister? Is that a like on the seeds you sent me, the Coca-Cola to the root beer back cross too, which I'm assuming that Coca-Cola comes out that in that same syrupy kind of category as the root beer, but I didn't know on that one.
That came out of that came out of when I made the root beer back cross 2. I ran out a bunch of those, and there was one that was just really stood out. And so when it hit about, I don't know, I think it hit maybe like 7 weeks in or something, I just took it and cut the top of it so I could try the early cut and see if it smoked good, even cut early. Because usually if shit's really good, it's good for a while. It doesn't have to be all the way finished. If it's good when you cut it early, it's going to probably get a little better. And so I was like, all right, I'm not even going to risk losing it on a re-veg because I hadn't cloned it. And so that's what that's out of. So it's basically like a more white looking, chunky, faster growing, thicker, more gnarly, sturdy root beer. It's almost the same thing, but it's just a little bit different. In that early cut, when I first got it, had like the heavy, like cocoa powder nose that the Jarro shit has. But then like, if you really let it get mature and you smell the root beer clone and then you smell that one's like, I don't know, it's definitely right there in the ballpark with it, but it's maybe a little bit more sweet and soda-y. It makes the root beer almost smell more cushy. When you smell the root beer, like, oh, that's really sweet. But then you smell that one and you're like, okay, the root beer is almost a little more cushy. But it's just a really good, it's the best performing all around plant as far as like looking pretty, smoking good, getting chunky, growing really thick and nice. It gets like the thicker, prettier leaves. And good yielder, and it turned out it smoked really good too. It's right there with it. So those are killer. They should come out really nice. They might run a little bit long, but they should be pretty hardy in the weather.
That's one of the things that we have to deal with. That's kind of an adventure out here in Oklahoma is the weather. It's gnarly. It's gnarly out here.
Nick, you're on mute.
Oh, shit, I am on mute. I was just gonna say this year where we went from June from the brain surgery and then into all the other surgeries, neck stuff. It was hard to get the scrog nettings and cages and everything up on plants, and the root beers have just shined. I took a couple pictures. I'll send you some private pictures of them in the hugelculture bed. I've got 6 males that we selected to just open pollinate on the Bicket OG to look for those whiskey terps that we've talked about for years going forward. But I mean, they're just solid. Today they finally got a scrog netting at 1st of August, and they've been solid, like very big, strong on the stalk and everything else, and they've just been a joy to grow. So they've already got massive smells coming out of them in veg, carbonated sassafras smell. It's a fun plant. So
awesome. Yeah, the smell, the plant, the whole plant, they have a bit of a smell. There's one that smells like the Red Bull that comes in the blue can. And that's more berry and everything in it. And that one really smells in veg. Like you can find that one, but the other ones will be a little more subtle, but I know you're going to find something like you're looking for, because it's all kind of in that vein,
Hey, maybe we can just take a half a step back, and Nick, if you want to just give everyone a bit of an update on where you're at. Following your posts, it can be sometimes confusing, but maybe just whatever you want to share, man.
Most of I've been on this journey for 4.5 years. I got bit by a tick. I was a dog trainer, competed German Shepherds all over the world. I've been in cannabis for 20 something years, but dog training was my profession then and have been for 15 years. I got bit by a tick 4 years ago. This past May, I landed in ICU, ended up with Lyme disease, meningitis, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, spotted tick fever, Ehrlichia, Babesia, Bartonella. But the kicker was the Powassan virus, meningococcal encephalitis. I was the 75th case ever, the first case in Kentucky. The first person to live through the Powassan virus, encephalitis, meningococcal infection. I was very sick for about 6 weeks. I was in the hospital, and then I went back to do ICU infusion therapy every day for a month at the hospital 4 years ago. And after IV stuff stopped, my body just tanked. As soon as they stopped running antibiotics, I started having seizures. It started a massive journey. I couldn't dog train anymore. I couldn't function. We paid for a specialist in Washington, D.C., close to $80,000 initially. The first check was $43,000. And for experimental antibiotics, I have a port in my chest that's connected. That most people, if you know me, you've seen me at some point accessing it. They put that in and ran antibiotics for a year. And around that time, I found a video with Mean Gene from Mendocino, Kevin Jodry, Shango Los, different interviews about them talking about plants, powdery mildew resistant strains. I up and moved out of Kentucky to Michigan for my health, to be safe, to be able to legally grow. I've been to the penitentiary for growing in 2003. I couldn't take a chance. The Kentucky, the government used my story in Kentucky to fight for medical marijuana. I was at the Capitol every day while I was sick. When it failed, I had no choice but to get out. But through that, I found Mean Gene from Mendocino and this dude named Kevin Jodry and Shango Los through these videos. And I started thinking, powdery mildew resistant strains, if I select plants like that because powdery mildew and bud rot and mold, it attacks the plant like a parasite. If I select plants like that to run my medicine out, it should make me better. So I flew out to Wonderland. I got the royal cut. I flew out to what's that? Compassion Hearts Ukiah dispensary just to buy Mean Gene's flower. I'll never forget it. Because I hear this dude on these podcasts. This is 3.5 years ago, just to buy his flower and to buy a pack of seeds, lime vine. Flew back, grew those, flowered them out, processed the RSO, ran it for about 6 weeks. My blood work was different with the doctors in Washington, D.C., and I went through massive improvement. This was 3.5 years ago. So actually, me and the doctor flew out to the Emerald Cup. I waited in line to speak to Mean Gene and to Emerald Mountain about this situation, about the cultivar helping me so much. I had all the data and the blood work. My doctor and nurse were there. I tracked down Kevin Jodry, and he thought I was crazy at first, I'm sure, but I had all the blood work and data and doctors with me, and how sick I was. But I use this research more for other Lyme patients that weren't as bad as me with the Powassan and all the other infections. And I used it on them. I got 18 Lyme patients off IV antibiotics through the Rule 7, through Pina, a strain through Mean Gene from Mendocino was the Pina F4. Rule 7 and Pina were the main two. And though it put, I believe, and still to all the people that are watching or listening, I don't believe we're dealing with. I'm not an outbreak of Lyme disease now. My Lyme disease has been in remission for a couple of years because of that. It's all the damage that was done to my body from the Powassan, the Babesia, the Bartonella. So now, I had a relapse this summer of this winter of a lot of medical conditions. It started with seizures, started coming back full force. And we've kind of always put Band-Aids on this. I've raised money for surgeries, massive surgeries we've had to have. This is different at this point. I have tumors everywhere, face, neck, back. They just operated on chest, both arms, off my testicles. They're non-cancerous tumors. They're fast spreading. They don't know why. At this point, it created a neurological condition called stiff man syndrome. And my best shot now is stem cells. And this is my last shot, if I'm honest. Stem cells for the legs to regenerate muscles, HGH and steroid therapy, plus getting in with a autoimmune doctor on the West Coast that can run all this. This auction is going to cost $20,000 for stem cells. It's going to cost about $10,000 to travel. It's going to take somebody to travel with me. I can't walk by myself. So that's kind of where we're at. This all came from a tick bite. I'm a rarity. I have insurance. I have insurance in the state of Michigan, but it doesn't matter. Where I'm a one of one case, they can hospitals will stabilize you and send you home. They'll put you on all the opiates and antibiotics you can handle, and unless you make preparations. And this is just kind of, and I assure you all, this is my last auction. This is one last shot for me to try to at least give the stem cells, I feel like, will upstart the autoimmune with everything else I'm doing, build up my immune system and give me a shot there. So I'm sure I've rambled plenty long enough about all my stuff, but I appreciate all the love and support. It's been a journey. I'm 35 surgeries deep through this shit. I've learned a lot through this stuff. But stem cells, and even when I say like this is the last shot, like I got to go now. I don't even have time to wait. This is something within the month. As soon as passport's approved, and I'm going to my brain's slow. What's the name of the island, Shannon? The Grand Cayman Islands for stem cells. There, it's one of the best places I could find. So we'll go there, and I'll give this a shot and see if it can't regenerate stuff and allow my body to start doing its work.
And there's a doctor you want to see up here in Washington as well.
Yeah.
What's his specialty? I don't actually remember.
His name's Dr. Klingard. There's a couple different doctors if I choose to pick him. And that's the point. At this point, they'll be working for me. I'm trying to find the best fit. He's an autoimmune specialist, dealt with a lot of autoimmune issues, a good mixture of Eastern and Western medicine. He's respected in Europe. He's respected in America. There's another one in Bay City, in San Francisco. But these are doctors that understand my stuff. These are LLMD, infectious disease doctors, autoimmune doctors that actually understand this, not to kill off all my gut health, but to promote it and work in conjunction. But stem cells are first. But before I sink any money into anything else, I'll know right then if there's any benefit or if I should keep going with this. So.
Well, fucking shit, man. We're all so sorry, you know.
I don't need nobody to be sorry. Like I love you, Josh. I talk to you more than I do anybody in the world. We FaceTime at least once a day. We talk multiple times a day. My mental health is good. You saw what it was like this winter when I was having 50 seizures a week, and it was funny. My mental health was not good. Even going through all this, I'm in very good spirits. I'm in good shape. I love my wife. I love my friends, or my fiance. I love my friends. I appreciate everybody helping. I have people say to me all the time, like, well, I'm sick, but I'm not going through what you are. If your concept of anything, if the worst pain you were ever in before is a paper cut, you got a paper cut today, then I feel sorry for you. It's not a competition. I feel bad for anybody suffering, no matter what it is. No matter if it's Lyme disease, if it's Powassan, if it's a busted ankle or a sore fucking throat. I've learned through this shit compassion and empathy through sick people because my eyes were open on the medical community. I've got insurance, and I'm having to turn to the marijuana community right now to raise money for me to stay alive. And it's not the first time they've done it. You know, so kudos to you all. Thank you all to you all. I have much love for everybody in this shit, and it really, I mean, even today, I'm a Kentucky boy transplanted Michigan, and there were 10 Michigan guys at my farm trying to keep the farm going because my health, I can't walk. So I appreciate everybody tuning in to this stuff tonight. This stuff means a lot, but you just tell me what you need me to do.
Well, I have a whole list of stuff here. Do you want to, you can't stay on with us the whole time. So do you want to, you had some things you wanted to put up. You want to start with that?
Am I allowed to put that up? You said I didn't talk to him, but I talked to you. So I'm just making sure I can put up one pack of that.
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, Gene, we'll just put you on the spot right now. He's interested in putting up some of those Coca-Colas. We talked about it a little bit on the phone. So I think that's seems like it's okay.
Yeah, let's do it, man.
All right. So this is Gene's Coca-Cola to root beer back cross too. This is special to me. I talked to this man about this for 3 years hunting whiskey terps. There is no way, there is nothing in the world that would get me to release a 14 pack of these seeds. I have plenty. He took care of me. This is something that is priceless and invaluable to me. I had dudes even trying to get me to fuck with my integrity this week with me being sick, trying to get me to sell clones off of it, and I wouldn't do it. It's the reason I had these seeds because people trusted me with some of this shit. I've never let it out. And so this is Coca-Cola to root beer back cross what F2 Gene. I don't know if I'm saying that right. My brain's fucked. I've got 14 seeds I bottled up from it. That Mean Gene sent me. So I was going to throw those up because I'm kind of like all in at this point on even trying to get this. And to everybody watching this and everybody donating, there's no guarantees that this is going to work. This could all, I could end up losing my journey through this in the next few months, but I truly believe it will. And I'm going into the mindset, and I talk to my therapist all the time about placebo effect. Like, tell myself, like, this shit's going to work before I even go there. Like, my legs are going to be fine. I'm going to be there. So I appreciate anybody getting on here and doing this. I appreciate everybody watching this, and everybody appreciate I can't say enough about a few people. Dark Horse Genetics, Mean Gene from Mendocino, Kevin Jodry, Dutch Blooms, Shango Los, Wee Woo, certain people that this lady that you all don't even know named Eclectic Alchemy up in Maine, Dragonfly Earth Medicine. These people who have made it a mission to either keep me alive or keep me breeding in some form. And I just want to thank all these people for this stuff. I'm no special than anybody else that's sick, and to all the other autoimmune Lyme disease people that may be even tuning in on this that have to raise money for their own journeys. I love you all, and I'm sorry. I try to advocate for this stuff like crazy. So I just want to say thank you to people. It's very, very important that people support these people that are constantly doing things like this in the marijuana community. My boy Bone from Falafel, Boneyard Seeds, different people like that. These are the people in the community that people should look to because they truly give back and they're stewards of this community. So I get emotional. I'm gonna cut myself off. So this is Coca-Cola to root beer back cross to I think F2 on this. I had this growing in my hugelkultur beds and my greenhouse.
How many seeds you got in there?
I've got 14 in the vial. How many I got personally is none of your damn business. No,
Are we gonna put a timer on?
Let's get this fucker going. Let's start. What are we gonna start him off at, Gene?
I think it looked like Dark Horse already said 1,000. I think.
Oh, I didn't see that in there.
Nice.
Oh, those are that Coca-Cola is root beer cross Jarro. The only difference between Jarro and root beer is headband and Jarro is sour diesel. And headband and sour diesel, the one that I use, those are almost grown outdoor. Those cuts were hard to tell apart. Grown indoor, it was more, the headband's more skunky. Of course, you're not really looking when you're looking for a root beer, you're not really looking for a skunky smell anyway. So Jarro, like people have grown Ghost Sky Jarro and found things when they described them. I was like, that's kind of a root beer smell like the clone, you know? But so that basically is a female that's root beer cross Jarro with a male that's root beer cross Jarro.
Good grief.
Jimmy
Yeah.
Buchanan coming in at 1,200. Thank you, sir.
And that female to me was an improvement over the original clone. So those, I got high hopes for those. There's somebody growing them outdoor right now out in Lake County, has a couple big rows of them and put them in really late, and they're already getting big. They're probably going to wind up being pretty nice, even though they went in like, mid-July, late July, something like that. Started from seed in July.
Mine went into the ground June 30th, and they are 9 foot, 10 foot tall.
Yeah,
and
they've edged crazy. I've put in crosses. I put in root beer back cross 2 plants and had them go in when things were about to start budding and gone, well, they're just going to be some little, 4-foot pecker poles. But I missed this year, but at least they'll be good weed. And then by the time they were done, they wound up being like, 6-foot balls of weed that had a few pounds on them. So they're not just good weed. They're also really, really crazy performing outdoor genetics too. They grow like crazy. If anybody's grown real diesel, you know how a real diesel plant grows. You put it in late and it still grows a lot, except instead of getting diesel weed, these get more of like a real Afghani shape with that diesel resin and a little extra. So they're super cool plants.
And with mine being that big in the hugelkultur bed, I mean, we've been literally in the hospital so much this summer. They've had 2 compost teas. They went down, like completely down of watering a few times. And still keep shining and going, they've been through hell this year. So I was pretty tickled over everything outdoors this year like that they've really been stressed to hell and are still, really shining and going.
Yeah, they're real drought resistant too, like they'd rather be underwater than overwater for sure. I killed one year, July 9th. It died. I was like, why is this thing going limp? And I felt the stalk and it just like turned to peanut butter, it was just, I just overwatered it, got stalk rot, yanked it out, had a shitty leftover one July 9th, put it in and wound up getting like 4 3/4 off of it, so like they're crazy for that too. And then that weed is just like, you smoke it, you can be high as fuck on some sleepy weed and smoke it and you'll be like, oh, okay. And it's not racy, but it's powerful. It cuts through and it clears you up and it makes you feel good. It makes you feel positive, So I'm glad you got that because it's going to be a good smoker for you too. Good for RSO or whatever you wind up doing with it,
Oh, I'll do. I mean, I smoke flower. I smoke joints nonstop, especially it's funny right now where they got me on opiates and I'm having to take them to stay ahead of the back surgery. But when the opiate pressure gets too bad, I don't like that feeling. I call it dope sick. I've been taking CBD to pull it back out and taking RSO for that. So I'm hoping as soon as the surgeries are over that I can get off the opiates. But yeah, it'll mostly be a flower. But I'll put a lot of the root beer individually into the RSO. Did you all start a timer on that one? Or
yeah, we kind of timer went and gone. We got to, we're at 1500. I got to get back to the Google. I lost my YouTube chat. There we go.
Got you. It's a 14 pack of the
We're at
Coca-Cola.
I see 1600 for Depeche Man. We're gonna probably let this one go for a second, but we're not trying to run it out. Like if you're gonna bid on this one, if you're waiting, go ahead and throw a number down. This pack honestly should be,
this is the only pack
getting
I'm
close to
throwing up
10K. From what I understand, this is fucking the real fucking deal all the way through. Gene gave this out to only a couple people, as far we talked about it for a little bit the other day. You only gave it out to a couple people and it was kind of like, don't give out, don't, and this is a special sort of like help save your fucking buddy from dying deal. Man.
Hey Josh, I'll be back on here in a second. I'm a little lightheaded. I'll be back on in a minute.
All right. Jimmy Two Cannon coming in at 1700. Thank you, sir. Depeche 1800. You're doing some root beer work too, right? Cascadian.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to get gifted some root beer, and I'm going to be playing with that on with some Northern Lights #1, some Northern Lights #5, and the pre-98 Bubba Kush clone. Chasing those coffee and chocolate terps. I couldn't get what you were asking me to help you with to let me in. So.
Oh, to get the admins.
Yeah.
Were you able to get in there?
No, it was telling me the wrong password.
Mm.
So I don't know if that's why your chat messed up a minute ago or
maybe.
Jimmy's at 2K.
We're at 2K. Let's put a 1 minute time on this thing. There we go. 1 minute countdown.
I'll be stoked if Jimmy gets them.
When do they finish up at, Gene? Like, are they late October, mid-October?
Mid-October to late,
Yeah.
right in there.
Yeah.
Second, third week. The last one's coming in at the end of October, but they're all right in there.
big ones, fuck. It's hard to get those coming early, you know. The good ones always come a little later.
Yeah, and that's what's trippy too, is a lot of that stuff that comes in a little bit later. Like you get the early ones, and you're like, oh, they're early. This is awesome. You start cutting them down, and they're the ones that have the most mold in them, or they're just not as good a weed in a lot of cases. And then you get to that later stuff. It's like how growing diesel was back in the day. You'd be like, oh, this shit just keeps going, but you're like, it's not rotting. How's it getting through the weather? So that's cool, you know. Yeah, they're hardy, really hardy, pretty cold hardy too. They can handle down to probably, 25 or something like that, I'd say.
Timer's up. I think looks like Jimmy Toucan. Looks like you got it, sir. $2,000.
That's our dude.
Congratulations, man.
Right on, Jimmy. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. Fuck yeah. So yeah, on that, just go ahead and send Nick a screenshot of the donation, and you can make the donation to if you go to the website. I don't have it in front of me. The website again is regenerativeseeds.com/Nick-Risden, and it has a link to both Nick's Venmo and Cash App, so you can donate it directly to him without any extra add-ons. And his Venmo is at Nick-Risden, and his Cash App is $Lime Rising Farm. So you can donate to that, send a screenshot to Nick, and he'll get those out to you. So thank you very much, sir. Where else should we go? Anyone on the panel wanna throw some stuff up? Tyler, go for it. Or whoever's ready.
I'll throw some up, man. In the spirit of Nick, he actually see here. I'm gonna put up two things actually. So, and if Nick comes back on, maybe he can talk about it too. Number one, I wanted to put up. He when he made his Pam Anderson crosses of all his latest work that he's been releasing, he had a Pam in the room when he made Seed. So he made an F3 of the Pam Anderson with his selection on his side. And it was a hellish room. Stuff's been coming out fire, all those around. So I never got to see that female. I'm taking care of a bunch of these myself. Me and the group down here, seeing what these are looking at. We added them with my F3s, and we're gonna do a pollination and continuation with the line that way from two different angles, which will be cool. But I got a bunch of seed, so I wanted to put up 25 beans, something like that, of Nick Risden's Pam F3 selection. And on top of that, since we're in the in the pure Pam mode, I'll also throw a Pam BC2 back cross 2, unreleased, Pam 1 back cross twice. Fucking awesome fucking shit. It's been coming out. It's just like Pam. Everything's fucking stacking up. Just it's super similar. It's like you can. It's uncanny. But yeah, it's the purest can get. You got the F3 from Rising Selection, and then you got the Pam BC2s. This will be 25 beans at a Risden's, and then this one is, I don't know, it's like it says 12, but I always put in a bunch extra, so it's more than 12. And we can start that off wherever Josh starts that off at. We're good at.
Let's just start it off. Let's put a timer on there and just let it go.
I can touch base on that Pam.
I'm going to put a
F3.
4-minute timer on here starting now. Go ahead, Nick.
That Pam F3 selection I did. I don't F anybody's work. I'm very ethical when it comes to that shit. So I'd chosen to breed the Pam Anderson before I even selected the females I was going to put it on. It was something I wanted to use in male form to open my breeding project up on Hybrid Vigor. And I loaded the females I was going to breed in there. I let the male rock out for 8 weeks and selected the male. And Shannon had moved a 2 Pam F2s into the room with all the stuff. As soon as I found out, I contacted Family Tree Seeds. I was like, yo, man, I've F3'd your work. You can have every seed out of it. So that's something I would never, ever release. That's something that I didn't release that I sent out to him because that's his baby, not mine. I believe in asking permission and all that other stuff. So, yeah, the female was very Parmesan cheese, mozzarella cheese. And that's what the male passes on as well. I've had a lot of fun with the Pam Anderson line. So I just wanted to touch base on that when I would never F anybody's work. It was an accident. So they got moved in and I absolutely sent every drop of that to Tyler there. So I appreciate him throwing them up and the fact that he's using them and checking them out. That makes me happy. So.
Yeah,
James
man.
400.
There you go.
2 minutes left.
I got those number one. You know, I'm honored that you know people continue to pop those beans, and grow and find stuff that they enjoy and that help their situation out. I mean, it's fucking something I just grew for a fucking long time before I realized what the hell, why I was keeping it or what I was doing with. So it's just cool that it gets to live on. So I don't care if anybody F2s or F3s or whatever, man. I put it out so that it would live on long after all of us. So that being said, the BC2 that I made always, goes back to Pam 1. Pam 1's been around a long time. They're all getting that type of resin, this specific resin type, like the BC ones, the F4s. You get variability in these smells. You get a lot of different type of grandma's purse to Parmesan cheese to musky berries or body odors and funky little things like that. But the BC2s really took on the resin type of Pam 1. So the way that she has extremely tall stalks with big heads sitting on top everywhere, and I mean it rips. I'll throw up a post or two of a couple of the BC2s that we got going, but all the petioles, all the stem points, everything gets these just nasty fucking cactus tall trichomes, which is just bitching. So I can't wait to wash them. I haven't washed any of the BC2s yet, but they're definitely going to be hash machines or pressers, depending on if they shake loose, like I think they will or not. But the BC2s are cool. Pam is not like a crazy out of this world thing. It's a delicious type of sativa with a funky cheesy must that is extremely upbeat, positive. You can get shit done. It's not gonna couch lock you, but you're not gonna be running next to the bus. But it definitely it's definitely got its own little slice once you're smoking it. It's something different, for sure. So
Timer on that one. I think we got Chris Jennings, Root Beer Farms, coming in at 450.
Cool. Thank you, man.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Got questions or
As
anything?
usual, big time.
You got questions or anything, just holler.
Are you gotta keep record of that?
Send me a DM or an email to Family Tree Seeds at Yahoo or Family Tree Seeds IG. Just send me a message with your information. I'm gonna write down what was the name?
Chris Jennings, South Lake
Okay.
Farms.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
And he knows the deal. He's been a big supporter of a lot of auctions, and it's just for everybody. Again, it's Venmo is at Nick Risden, Nick-Risden, and the Cash App is # Lime Rising Farm. Big ups, Chris. Cheddar Bob, Jen, you guys want to go? Welcome.
Hey, yeah. Hey, everyone. Nick, how's it going? Good
Hi.
to see you. This is my wife, Eclectic Alchemy. I'm Cheddar Bob. For those of you that don't know me, I'm slightly intimidated being up here with Gene and you, Josh, and Cascadian and Brandon. So excuse me if I stutter a whole bunch, but so I have a few things to put up. Well, actually two. I'm gonna offer some clones up of some cherry pie that was sent to me from Boneyard Seeds. I double checked and I got the okay from him and the person he received it from to put these up for auction. So I'm gonna have 10 of these available. I
actually I posted them up on the website.
Okay,
and
fantastic.
So yeah, so folks have already been buying a couple of them. So we are got it all lined up, and folks can go right there and just click, and then I'll get you the information when we're all wrapped up. So
Awesome.
big ups, dude.
And the second thing is my wife's partnership for her wellness practice. So I will let her explain it a little bit more, and be nice. She's a little bit more nervous than even I am. So,
well, you guys are don't be nervous. Please don't be nervous. You are very welcome to be here. You've been very generous to all of us. To Nick, I know you guys are sending him a bunch of stuff. You guys sent my family a wonderful care package when we had our daughter this fall or this winter. So we really appreciate the love that you guys put out to the whole community.
Thank you. Appreciate that. You know, we don't have tons of money, but she's an amazing healer. So her knowledge and her help is really invaluable. So, you know, we try and do what we can for people that need help. All right. So
yeah, go for it.
Okay.
There you go.
Hi. I wrote everything down because I get super nervous. But I'm a wellness practitioner. I'm a clinical herbalist, flower essence practitioner, and a body worker. And I specialize in Lyme, co-infections, chronic illnesses, and trauma work. And so I met Nick probably close to 2 years ago through Cedric, who connected us and knew Nick's story and said, you need to help this guy. You need to reach out to him. And so I did. And throughout probably the past 2 years, I've been helping support him along his journey in the ways that I can and the ways that fit in with wherever he's at and the other things that he's been doing. So what I am offering is it's a 6-month-long partnership to work directly with me. And I give really, really good care. I really know my stuff. I really know Lyme disease, chronic illnesses, and all of that. What this looks like is over the course of 6 months, I work really, really closely with someone. We meet once a month, and then there's additional support in there. There's check-ins. I provide a lot of extra support that I can't always articulate right now. What that is, but I take care of people really well. And I spend about 5 to 6 months or 5 to 6 hours each month with each client case. And let's see, I'm getting super nervous. I'm starting to lose my track of thought. But basically people hire me to help them get better. And they do. Every client that I've had has re-signed up for another 6-month partnership. And they go from people that look like they have Parkinson's, like severe advanced Parkinson's, where they can't walk, to where they're out hiking in 3 or 4 months' time. So it's kind of, I bring everything to the table that I do, and I provide that care. And I'm really kind of like your special healer person. Yes.
I know that every case is going to be different, but could you throw like maybe an example of what, you know, like, are you talking about like the different essential oils, just to kind of throw
yeah, I can jump
some bearing on
quick, man.
Yeah.
Let me jump in there real quick. So this lady helps me tremendously, but it's not just me, Big Sky Kush, another Lyme disease person that suffers this stuff. The flower essence and stuff is a lot what she does, but I have adrenal gland issues. From Cedars, Adaptadrenal is another tincture I take. Calming caps. I mean, there is, I mean, the Adapt Elixir is something that helps me a lot. A lot of the flower essences really, the doctors have put me on Valium multiple times for my spasms. Her stuff actually helps better than that. So to autoimmune people and Lyme disease people, this is invaluable offer and service. I mean, it's just something that helps sick people. It's when I first got into my journey of being sick, it was all about how much antibiotics can they pump into you to keep you alive. And I'm not against Western medicine, but there's also a good mixture of Eastern medicine that has to be done to keep everything in check. And a lot of times the Eastern medicine works more so than even the Western. So eclectic alchemy, she shouldn't have to build herself up. The world should be building that up as far as herbalists, healers, and witches. It's just that it's not looked at that way. It's big pharma and doctors and Pfizer and shit of that nature. But I've done more healing with her than I ever have with doctors. I'm hoping that the stem cells actually just rejuvenate enough to allow her work to continue forward. So for what she can't say, me as an actual person that takes it, and she has to be careful, with the FDA and things of that nature. But her stuff has been a lot for people with Lyme disease, autoimmune, lupus, whatsoever that you could bring up, stiff person syndrome. It's all cross related. So, guys, I'm gonna have to get off here. I'm very dizzy. I don't want to have a seizure on YouTube. I appreciate everybody. This is more than I thought I could do tonight. Thank you all for all this. It doesn't matter. I barely got to talk to some people. I just want to hang out with people. My time is short. So, I mean, fuck the auction. There's sometimes I just want to sit on here like, what's up, Gene? What's up, guys? I love you people. Anybody watching? I got genuine love for you all, regardless of how this goes. Love is there. So I got to hop off here and take care of myself right now.
Do it.
Thank you all for being here. I'll talk to you all soon.
Love you, dude.
And to build on Nick's words, like we all know that there's an emotional component to physical health. They're directly related. So while her work initially begins semi-physical, it dives into the deep emotional side, which ends up building like a secondary physical health structure to your body. So yeah, I'm proud and I'm lucky. So yeah, I guess.
Where should we start this out at, Cedric? What price should we start it out at?
The partnership, the 6-month partnership, she works on a sliding scale. So, realistically, everyone can afford her work. She doesn't turn anyone away.
Only when I can only work with about 10 people at a time, so I can give them really good care.
Limited numbers, but she helps anyone that she can. But it slides, the 6-month partnership slides from $1,200 to $1,800. So, I don't know if you wanted to start it off at what, 500 or 600 and see, hopefully we get up to those numbers and we can chip away at next prices.
Let's get a timer going, and we'll put 4 minutes on the clock starting now. Go. And just to put that in folks' mind, I mean, this is something you could buy for somebody else, type deal, and connect somebody else with, just kind of put that out, or maybe even something I bet that you could put on hold for if there's someone that comes into your life that might need that. Or I'm guessing these guys would just be pretty flexible.
Extremely.
It's also good to mention that it doesn't matter if you're here in Maine with me. Like, most of my clients are all over the country. And so I do everything distantly. All the work still happens just like it would if you were right here in front of me.
Yeah.
Awesome. We got a first bid coming in at 600. Thank you very much,
All
Frosty
right.
Bison.
Okay, that takes a whole load off the shoulders right
No,
here. I
it's,
was
a,
like,
it's a totally
man, this
generous
is gonna
gift. You guys,
suck if we
pleasure.
put this up and we get skunked, man. Like, we are gonna be the new roadkill skunk. They're gonna be like, yo,
Oh,
give us
no
some
way.
septic alchemy. You know?
What could you want to talk for a little bit about some of the concoctions? I don't know if that's the right term, but some of the things that you're making right currently.
I'm not making anything currently for sale. But what the work is, it's really set. So I've been a herbalist for 20 something years. I've been in a clinical practice for about 4, and I've been specializing in Lyme for like 4 years, 3 to 4 years. And I really used to focus on the herbal route because that was my background. And when I worked with Lyme disease, it was with the known herbs, the Japanese knotweed, the andrographis, all of the things for the co-infections. And then I did a mentorship in flower essence work with the guy who founded the flower essence protocols and therapies for learning how flower essences can work with the physical body and how they can work directly with microbes and Lyme. And I saw it working so much better than the herbs. So I have experience in both. I work with the flower essences primarily. I try to work with them. They work on the etheric field and they lower the microbial count. That's the first thing you want to do. You look at whether people have MTHFR variants, toxicity issues, and that all gets worked on through the flower essences. And you bring in herbal support that helps because we all have a physical body that's been broken down by disease and all sorts of stuff, and it needs that support. So you bring in the adrenal support, the liver support, and you're really helping foster the body to do what it's already trying to do. It's always trying to heal itself. And so we do those things. And then after people, usually about 3 to 4 months, we see like microbial levels dropping, and I send people to go get blood work, you know, from labs and things like that, just so they can watch it on that medical laboratory level if they want to and watch those numbers drop. And then a lot of times we start doing the deeper trauma work because in any chronic illness, there's trauma patterns. Illnesses are patterns, and that's what we're trying to shift. And it's when they manifest in the physical, that's your body like yelling at you, this needs attention. And we don't always look at the emotional stuff because that's really hard to do. Like the physical stuff's hard, but the body's really, really resilient. The emotional body, not as much. You know, so that's, I mean, that's kind of the gist of it. And I follow people along as they get better. So.
We're running to the end, but we have lefties at the lead with 700 here. There's my time.
Excellent.
Boom,
Fantastic.
lefties. Thank you very much, sir. Big ups on me. Thank you guys. Thank you for your donation and thanks for all your support.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Now it is quite late on the East Coast, so you know, normal people time, we're probably gonna jump off and continue watching off screen, but just want to say thanks.
Thank you.
And love to everyone and help people when you can, you know.
Awesome. And so Lefty's Farm is the winner, so he'll connect with you either Cheddar.
Have him instant message.
I'm sure you guys. Yeah,
we'll figure it out from there. So
cool. Have a good night, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Gene, you're up. We're going
All
around the
right.
circle.
Well, let's see. Let's see here. Find what I'm doing here. All right, so from Lion Tree, we have Lion Tree is from Maui. People don't know that because he lives in Oregon, but he was from Maui originally and has the real deal HP 13. the good one. He gave me some of the weed. It's the real thing that I saw when I lived in Maui back in the day. We could only get it from this one Rasta man that lived in Hana. And my buddy Enoch used to come over and he'd have like a little bit of it and he'd give me like a half a gram and you'd be like, oh dude, I got a half gram of HP, you know, like it was just real. It's if people know what it is, they know what it is. Super, super cool weed. A lot of people have something that they think is it and it's not it. The real one is like really hard to describe. It's like kind of, I don't even know how to describe it. It always reminded me of like garlicky, peppery, not black peppery, but like, I don't know, almost habanero-y or something, and all this different weird, skunky, funky, with a little bit of sweet. It was the weirdest. It's probably one of the weirdest weeds I've ever smelled, but it's really, really good. So I gave him root beer back cross 2 seeds. And he hit that HP 13 with that, and he offered to put in some of those so we can do a 20 pack of the HP 13 cross root beer back cross 2, and you know, that'll be a good start coming from his stuff. And like I said, I've seen the weed. It's verified. I've seen that weed since the late 90s at least. I'm trying to remember if it was the late 90s or even maybe a little bit back, but it was definitely, you know, when I saw it was definitely between 97 and 99. And when he gave me the weed, it was the first time I had really seen the real one again. So yeah, 20 seeds of that. And you know,
Where should we start it off at?
It can start at nothing. We can start it at 0, you know, just whatever it brings in, you know.
Let's do a 4-minute timer starting now. And Dave's not there, is coming in at 1,000. Just like that. Good on you, sir.
Thanks, Dave.
Solid.
Yeah.
Does that,
Did you get to smoke any of this, Gene? The HP?
No, I haven't seen it, and I know that you know, there's potentially indoors, you know, that coming out of that male indoors in depth, there could be instabilities in that for sure, you know. And but I mean, there's potential there for some really neat stuff to pop out. I had 2008, I popped a couple of seeds out of HP 13, and I got one. They were bag seeds, so I don't know if they're crossed or what, but it came out really like a true pine sol, pine forest. Smelled like this He-Man toy that there was in the 80s. That was the guy who was like the moss guy. He was like mossy. He had the smell, and it has that smell that popped out of there. I've kept that since 2008. I still have it. And it was the closest thing to this cut I got from this guy who I know who lives in Thailand named Jack. And his weed he gave me was a cut of what he called hash plant. And I grew that, and it was like one of those ones that I had it and I lost it. And I asked my buddy, I was like, dude, can you get back Jack's hash plant? He's like, no, he's in Thailand, dude. And so I could never get it back. But then I got this one out of that HP 13 popping a seed, and it was like the same weed. And I was like, it's not HP 13, but it's that same shit. So I still call it hash plant, even though I don't know if like there's any relation with the HP in HP 13, if it has anything to do with hash plant. I think maybe it stands for something different, but in any case, by good luck, I got back this weed that I got as hash plant. I got back basically what's the same. It comes out as the same product in a bag as the stuff that I got from that dude Jack back in the day, around like 2003 or something like that. And so there's stuff in there that you don't expect, you know. And then there was another one in that was really it was like, I considered it too plain, and then I like didn't keep it, and then I had the weed and I kept smoking the weed, and I was like, dude, like some of that weed you think is plain turns out to really be the shit. It's just not loud. And that was one of those ones. So there's cool stuff in there, you know. That's not just out of 2 bag seeds from the same weed. So crossed with a known male, that's some really chronic shit. And you're like, okay, it's probably going to be some really cool stuff. And Dave's into that kind of trippy stuff. So if he gets it, it'll be cool because he'll get to dig through it. It's been.
We're at 1 minute left, and I think Tim is the leader. Bio Tim is in the lead at 10:50.
Cool.
But I think that we'll see some sniping coming in at the end. I think Dave obviously wants this one. Is not going to let $50 turn him away.
It happened all too often that 2 plane plant that you find, you're like, you have this 2 plane plant, you're like, oh fuck this thing, I'm not even gonna clone it, or or whatever, I already know what it's gonna do.
I got my ass kicked. I even called Gina on the
first
GMO
jar
root beer.
empties, yeah.
And I was like, hey man, how's the GMO root beer going? I was like in week 8. He's like, oh man, it's been kicked. Everyone's loving it. I'm like, not really fucking smelling it, seeing it right now, dude. Like, and then sure enough, shit came around, and like total cola, got tennis ball terps, I'm just doing cartwheels, because I got a whole rack of it coming down in the fall, and I just kind of learned a little lesson there.
Well, that's what we figured out back in the day. Like Hindu was one thing that taught us that lesson, and there was a couple other ones. But when you first get into weed, you're like, oh, the stinkiest weed and the frostiest weed. And then after a little bit, you start to realize like, some of these ones that you can't see right away, those aren't necessarily the ones that are really the best. After a while, we started to like dislike really visibly frosty weed because we started to realize that it was all legs and no heads. And then we were like, okay, all this white looking shit, it's not really as good, like crazy looking indoor. You're like, well, it looks really cool. But then you realize after a while, there's some of them that you smoke and you don't even think there's resin on it. And you take a hit and you get halfway through the hit and you're like, oh shit. It's like just blows out of your lungs because it's so expando. And you're like, this doesn't even look like it has active ingredients here, but it's fucking us up, And, but yeah, that was that one plant of the HP 13. I was just like, dude, it's plain. It doesn't smell like anything. It's kind of crystally, kind of sugary, kind of like got a glisten to it. And then like I had the sack sitting around, and because it was just a small plant, I grew them both. Like I planted them late. My buddy Frank goes to Hawaii and he goes, I got these really cool seeds from Maui, man. And they're like supposed to be the best shit. And I go, is it HP 13? Just kind of joking. And he goes, how the fuck did you know? And I was like, that's like the legendary Maui Hana stuff is HP 13. Like, and if you were in Maui in the 90s, people were like, dude, HP 13 and HP 13. And then like right after that was like the dog, like you had to have the dog. And that was the shit. But that plant was just such a sleeper. It was like, oh, whatever. But after a while, I was like, oh, it's so tasty and enjoyable. And I had hacked it. And it was a bummer, but whatever. I kept the other one because it was so loud and it turned out to be really good. I still like it. But like, it's that kind of, it smells, everybody smells it. They're like, I don't know. It's kind of train wrecky. I don't like it. So I like never grow that much of it, but I've just kept it since 2008. I have it. It's like this. My Jamaican buddy, Bana, he calls it the no problem. Because like you grow it and it won't get powdery mildew, it won't break, it won't get mold. It's just no problem. These huge buds every time, and it's chronic weed. But people smell the terpinolene and don't want it. But like for a smoker, if you actually know, it's the shit. It's a good plant.
It's really interesting to me that we went from having super loud like sours, which is usually the front end of that is like terpinolene on top of like myrcene and then like pinene or limonene, and I don't really see a whole lot of like pine and lemon really being prevalent in a lot of the stuff right now.
It's that fine line. It's what happens is if people relate it to being like Jack Herer or being like Trainwreck, like I think Snowcap had a hand in that where people grew it and it was like it should have gone it should have gone 9 or 10 weeks and everyone cut it at 7 because they could still get 2 pounds of light when everyone was used to getting 1 pound of light. And they were like, fuck it, cut it down, get it in the bag, sell it. And then that smell people just start to associate with midsy shit, you know? And then like, because before that, I remember Trainwreck was like, people were like, Trainwreck's the shit. Jack was the shit. But then I think like that the snow cap fucked it up. And then maybe like a kind of a off.
That was like
cut.
commercially produced. It was so much. I mean, we were getting that shit down in San Diego, you know?
Tons of that shit, dude, all over the place, you know?
It's those, a lot of those plants are the best plants to grow. Like a lot of them are the most mold resistant, PM resistant, heaviest yielding. And like you can see right now with ice cream cake, it's so good to grow. People are like, oh, we don't want that. And it's just because there's so much of it, because people grow it and they're like, I always wanted a plant that budded like this. Well, then supply and demand just gets fucked. It doesn't matter if people liked the weed initially, then after a while, people are just like, no, dude, there's just too much of it. And that, but it swings, you know, like there's a cycle. So, or like at this point now, there's a lot of people who are newer smokers who have never smelled something that smells like pine sol or just really heavy, like extra terpenoline hit. They're like, damn, this is crazy. And so
like real heavy sour strains.
Yeah, I mean the sour to me is more like sour I describe as being more like a metallic coffee, earth, skunk, like heavy with then like there's like those rare ones. The very first time I ever saw sour diesel, it had a lot more like lemon to it. It was more like lemon peely. It wasn't so much like Jackie or anything, but it was like had this thing to it that really cut through. And it's not that was like
more lemon skunk, less lemon pine cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting one. And this guy gave it to me and he was like, trust me, you want to trade. And he traded me a chunk for a chunk. And I was like, damn, this is good. What's this? And he's like, oh, this is sour diesel. I just got here I was at Reggae on the River backstage. And he goes, I just got here from New York. I brought this shit on the plane, you know? And I was like, wow, that's fucking dank. And then I didn't see it again till maybe a year later or something. And the guy, or maybe about a month later. And then it was what I know as being diesel now, that smells more like super skunk with some coffee and some earth, where it's like, it's what I consider to be sour. But there used to be that sour that guy showed me that was really interesting. And for a while I was like, okay, so is this like New York City diesel? And that's the difference because it's that grapefruity shit, but it wasn't. It was still like sour, but it had this edge to it. And I almost wonder if it was grown different, or if it was a slightly different cut, or if it was the cut before it got a little bit weird, or I don't know. I could never make sense of it. I just remember the first time I saw it. And then what's weird is your nose changes when you smell shit a lot over the years. All of a sudden, what used to be like one thing, like when I first smelled Urkel, it smelled crazy and electric. And now I smell it and I go, yeah, it smells like sweet, rounded off perps. It just smells like purple weed to me. And that doesn't do the same thing for me at all. As when I first smelled it, it was like, fuck, Flintstone vitamins and Fruit Loops and Gatorade and all this electric artificial shit. Just, and now I smell it and I'm all, yeah, I mean, it's Urkel. Cool. It's Urkel, but it doesn't have the same thing. I think your brain gets too used to shit, you know? So I don't know. It's trippy to try to figure those ones out. But anyway, fucking.
Well, fuck yeah. Big thanks to Dave. Dave won it for 1075.
Awesome. Dave.
Thank you, sir. That's a good win.
Gonna be cool.
Thanks for coming in strong and bringing it right up to the top, sir. Not fucking around. Mr. Jodry, what's up, sir? Welcome to the chat. Thanks for joining us. How you doing?
Okay.
Good. What's going down?
Just
Haven't
having
seen
a
y'all
good
guys in
time.
a while. How y'all been?
We're doing good, man. Get the gang back together. Try to raise a buck. Appreciate
What
you
just
joining
moved?
us.
What
We just did. Dean just put up a 20-pack of the HP 13 cross root beer BX2 that Lion Tree made.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting conversation about the sour. I feel him on that. There was an early, better quality, more crisp sour, and then all these headbands kind of basically came out, and I don't mean underdog, but like sour knockoffs, and they came in earlier, so you didn't have to take them so deep into an indoor cycle, and they were easier to trim. They didn't get so loose. They could take the heat a little better. And so, you just saw this shift of what was the majority of herb being produced that was supposed to be sour. And really the real sour was kind of being produced in small quantities. And all the fucking pretendo sour was being grown in huge quantities. And it wasn't bad sour, though. It just wasn't the sour that made the name. You know what I mean? It was still really good. You know how it is. Most people, like if they get good weed, they're like, fuck, it's great. But, it's when you're swimming in the shit that it starts to really matter, because you're looking for very specific things, little details, which is funny about Urkel, because, yeah, it's just fucking purple now, but it's still a good one.
It's still as good as it ever was, but it
Yeah,
doesn't.
yeah,
hit
but
the
I'm
brain
fucking
the same,
old.
you know?
Yeah, no,
But
I
that's
think
what
I dance with it too much. Grew too much of it, smoked too much of it, but I still love it. And I grew one in an earth box and washed it. Because of Frenchie, me and Frenchie were fucking hanging out so much during the Gangier shit that he kind of resurrected my love for old school hash. And I used to make the shit out of it like 20 years ago.
And Urkel
Right.
wash is really fucking good. People
Oh my
don't know that.
God, we
Urkel
would
makes
purple
really good
barrels.
fucking hash.
And so I grew a couple of plants. I did a Chem D, something called the Vermont Diesel, which is an Oregon Diesel to a Josh D male. And then I did that Urkel and I washed all of them. And then I just microplaned out and dried. So now I got to just do the fucking press on that Chem D. And then I just did the wash on the other ones today, but it was because I was hanging out with fucking Frenchie and Nika so much that I was just like, oh man, I think I have to go and wash me some hash again. And so I'm sitting around smoking the shit out of it, right? I'm high every day. It's fucking great. It's the only way you can deal with all this crazy shit going on around you.
I'm gonna send you some stuff. I didn't know you were smoking hash again. I've been doing the same.
Good. You know what I got is I'm trying to figure out what to bring to this table too. I don't know. Well, I'll hang out for a minute. We'll figure out what we can how you can prostitute me. But
but we appreciate you spreading it open for us, man. Thank you.
No worries. And what's cool is I'm fucking around with this thing because Frenchie got, except me and Frenchie got we really spent some time just diving into the culture of hash. And at that same time, they had that Duran project, which is that line between Pakistan and Afghanistan. And so Full Power, they released that box set, and I grab it just so that I can go through and start doing preservations on the line. So I got the first pack cracked and I got them outside and they're beautiful. And then I'll just open pollinate the bunch. And that way we can put the seeds into the system so that the stock remains, because they're having so many climate problems in their area that you're just seeing gene pool populations kind of fucking shrink. But I'm more obsessed with those 7 plants from that one pack than I am with anything else I'm doing. Like nothing else fucking matters in life, because you get so old that all you really give a fuck about is you want to make it simple, and you get to go back in time to where, you enjoyed certain things. And because we have access now, you can really access a farmer in Afghanistan who picks the seeds from the plant that he thinks you would like. and then you get to grow the fucking things. I mean, it's just mind bending to me. The reach we have on the net is unbelievable. Just an incredible, when you're using the tool right, it's phenomenal. And so what are we up to on Nick's auction?
So we're trying to get 25, 30K. I think off the website, when I looked, we got about 5-ish there. And I think we're doing about 5 on the auction. So we're a third of the way there, man. Yeah, so let's bounce over to Brandon. I know you got some stuff you want to put up. Let's give you a moment.
Yeah, so I rounded up some stuff that had previously sold out, and some stuff that hadn't released yet. And by the way, Kevin, the SFV that you sent me, we're running that in our greenhouses out here. It does great in this terrible Oklahoma weather. And that GMO cherry pie is just crushing it.
Nice, nice. I'm glad. Yeah, I just put a picture up of that my buddy ran the cut, and it came out so cracking. It was just gorgeous. He just killed that OG run. And so I posted a pic of the flower that he dropped off so I could smoke it. But it, it's just, it's certain things are just good. And if we hadn't had such a fucked up drug war system for so long, we'd have gene banks where you were able to just put the good shit in the bank. Like right now, like I have, like, it's funny, but there's sperm banks for animals. And so I have a seed that was shipped over from Holland in Central California, cryogenically preserved, so that if I ever want to tap into that fucking gene pool, I have it held. Right. And I'm like, we just lost so much cool shit. So I'm glad that you're getting to run that, because that was really a good selected cut for Mandel. To him, he was just like, that was the breeder one he wanted to fuck with. And then when that got squirted into BHO at the time, it was by far some of the best BHO that was in the region. It just transfers really well. I got two nice ones outside. I did a monkey's paw. So a buddy of mine got a monkey's paw cut out of Michigan, which is Afghani to Colombian to Mexican. And it's a beautiful plant, emanates this really interesting tropical fruit stench, but musky, permeating around it. It's got a really sexy profile, the way the leaves drop on it. And what else did I stick out? A cherry pie. And then I did that bicket. That's killing it outside too. Because I ran it last year.
We're running at the house. We're running full beds of that OG and that bicket. And I was talking to my partners, and we're even considering just running full houses of that bicket OG. That GMO cherry pie is something else, dude. It takes a little bit longer to finish. Yeah, it's going to take a full 10 weeks.
Oh yeah, guaranteed.
It grows with the small leaf ratio to calyx. It's very mold resistant, and what happens is it creates solid nug structure up a very long portion, so you can increase your square footage yield ratios with a variety like that really easily. So we're going to be running a lot of that stuff. And not only that, but the fucking high on that stuff, dude, it makes me feel like I'm fucking 15 again. It literally, like, I sometimes feel like I'm like almost like hallucinating. It's awesome.
It is. It's nice because like GMO's a quality plant. It can do a lot. I just think that the cherry pie just added a dimension to the flavor that I personally preferred. And I would love to run that shit and wash it, because it fucking snows.
I'm about to, I got to just run it for the first time, and right along the GMO root beer, I was saying earlier, and along the GMO, and it's everything that I just ran was going into wash. And I actually had to take both the GMO and the bicket to 12 weeks. So I couldn't get them down tight enough. So you're squeezing it down in your production. But it's when I was smelling it through flower, it's like, man, it's turned up GMO. It really is. And then and Nick was like, oh, it might just be a GMO S1. He was kind of mumming and bumming. I'm like, no, dude, I actually broke a nug off one day, and it was full on cherry pie when I opened it up.
You can see if you fuck with both of them. If you know the parents, you can see the plant, but I've grown it outside full term. I haven't done it indoor or in a depth. I did up the farm last year. I used 6 of them as my head weed. And
we replaced any of our GMO cherry pies with GMO cuts, because that was the closest thing that we had for canopy management when we planted, if we lost a couple of them. So we replaced them. So I have GMOs right next to the GMO cherry pies, and they are, same exact system. Everything's the same. They have a different terpene profile.
Yeah. And she's bad. She's a good one. And she's pretty resistant too. I got her next to a Northern Lights that I got from a partner down in Southern Cal, but it's been held for probably 25 years. And it's an NL5. So it's got the Hawaiian influence. So it's got incredible, resistance. And that's quality. She's a nice, shit like that from that era where you had some really incredible lines that got merged together globally. And then it kind of launched all the stuff that we do now, that swirling of that time period. But that particular plant embodies those traits really well. Like it, and it's full. I got it right next to the Bicket, and they're two full big girls.
Yeah, they're real nice plants.
Mhm.
I'll mention I got cuts up for $200 on the site, regenerativeseeds.com/Nick-Risden. We're probably going to shut the availability out on this one pretty soon. Nick's really just trying to get some money to get through this. So
Which plant?
the Bicket. So if you $200, it's a steal of a deal. I mean, people, we all see what's going on IG, and people are auctioning and selling clones for anywhere from a couple $100 to thousands. And this one is well worth the ones that are going for thousands, because I'm growing all those right in my garden and I see it. And this one is one of the fucking ones that I've grown, you know.
In terms of actually growing a plant, of all the sexy trendy ones that move through the hands, you know, there's some nice fucking plants, but that one's a grower.
It
works.
Like it
does it.
absolutely produces. And I'm telling you, I had a cat come up to visit me, and just a friend I'd met him and his girl, and I said, hey, if you're ever in Humboldt, swing through. So they hit me up, and I threw him a bag of it for the trip back, right? And he hit me up and he was just like, holy fuck. He said, man, he goes, we had to like stop on the side of the redwoods because we got overwhelmed. He was like, I said, from the beauty? And he goes, no, from the fucking weed. And I was like, oh, good. We're in the right park there.
Yeah, dude. It's like I said, that shit gets me fucking really fucking high.
Well, let's get an auction going.
I got some stuff.
Let's do it, man.
All right. So why don't we start off with this? When I dropped this, it sold out in 6 minutes. This is the Limarilla times the Lime 1 BX male. So there was a whole podcast on how the inception of this thing got started, but essentially I had met up with Jackson at Emerald Cup. He hooked me up with we had been talking before online and stuff. He hooked me up with a fat seed pack. I hooked him up with some seeds and I think maybe a clone of the Limarilla. And I made this this cross here. It's fantastic. I'm running more of it right now up at the farm. And it's Limarilla is Black Lime Reserve times Gorilla Glue 4, and it is a S1 hybrid. And I had I picked out a bunch. I went through a bunch of these things and I found lots of different great phenotypes, super, super high terpene percentage on these things. And it's really great weed.
How many
Start it up. 4 minutes on the clock. Let's get her going. Where do you want to start it at?
How many seeds we got?
There's 11 seeds in each pack. I got 2 packs, and you guys can start it wherever you want, man. A little bit about this. So it's got a really, really pungent terpene profile, and it grows really, really vigorous. It gets real big real quick. And so it usually needs multiple trellises. But if you support this plant, it'll produce really, really well. What's really interesting is that all of the varieties all the phenos that I've run from this have had a lot more of the perfume chemical side as opposed to the mother, which was the Limarilla 31, which was chemical lime soap. And then it had this back end that was just, the citrus lime on it. This one has a lot more of a floral influence that's really, really pungent. That kind of overworks the lime on it.
Bio Tim's getting the lead at 300. Thank you, sir.
I think
Yeah, I agree.
Jackson, didn't you grow it out? You grew it out and crossed it with your F5?
Well, you gave me at the Emerald Cup, you brought me that clone of the Limarilla.
Yeah.
And
that was the
I
same
kept,
one that I used.
yeah, so that one I grew it out and I budded it and I was curious to see what came out of it. And it was actually the same. Kev remembers when what I put in the Emerald Cup that I ended up getting an award for of the Black Lime Reserve, and the Limarilla cut that you used that you gave me was actually the closest one I had seen to that one, which was like I would describe it as being like really really heavy on the lime, but then having some of the influence of like to me like of the Chem D. Not the worst part of the Chem D that to me is like just a little bit too far nasty, but the like what I consider to be like kind of like the more like funky skunky side of Chem D. And I was blown away. It was a really cool cut because the one that I got the award for was like you could like hold it up to the light and look through it in places. It was like the most kind of just loose. It was really, really dank, but it wasn't hard and heavy weed. It was like a huge plant. When I grew those years ago, I used to use caging for cages for big full-term outdoor plants. And then I had a year where the fencing that I used, it fell down. The plants got big enough once they got to be, you know, up 8 pounds, 7 pounds, whatever, they started falling over. And then you're like, okay, well, you tie them up to T-posts or whatever, but it still doesn't really work. So I started using the stuff I knew I should have been using, which is the cloth that you use for concrete slabs, which is called remesh, which is really, I think call it cloth, but hardware cloth, but it's thick fucking wire welded. And it's like, you can climb up this shit. You know what I mean? Like you could make a tall cage and you could climb up it and it would be all right. But when I grew those Black Lime Reserves, those plants, when they got really big, it just took a little bit of rain falling on them and they folded that mesh like fucking like beer cans, just right. And I was like, fuck, those are gonna be heavy, and they were. But the one that was the winner was fine. It didn't stress the cage at all. It was probably only like 5 pounds. And the cool thing about that Limarilla you gave me was it was pretty much the same exact weed as that plant, but it was like Gorilla Glue. You know, it was like this chunky, frosty, dense, heavy, easy to trim weed, which was totally different than when I had got that profile to pop up before. And that was one of the only ones out of the Black Lime Reserve that I really, really liked and could see the point of it being the hybrid with the Star Dog stuff in there, because you could actually really, the chem really bled through. The one you used, it actually had some of that still. Whereas a lot of the other ones were more like the coolest ones were all citrus. So I was like, well, you could get that from any of the stuff that's already lime. But the one you used was cool because it brought the coolest thing out of the Star Dog and it put it with the lime. So like, I don't know. It was an impressive plant. It was super cool.
There's a like a funk in that Black Lime Reserve, because I just hunted through all those Black Lime Reserve seeds that you gave me, and there is a certain overtone to the whole variety, but there's a couple of them that have this kind of it's like maybe coming like
grease rag,
fermented fruit type thing, that's citrus fermented fruit that is really similar to the Death Breath that I actually gave you.
Dude, I'm like I wish I could get the 3 of you dudes in my garden 3 weeks ago, because I had your Death Breath, I had all this lime stuff from Gene, I had the BLR F2 that from Kev, I had my Black Wop Gold and my Black Wop Fruit, which are the Testarossa BLRs. And that's, for me, that was the biggest population that I got a chance to look at, was the 800 or 1200 some seeds in the Testarossa BLR. But that BLR shone through really, really strong. I mean, there was some Skittles in there, but that BLR just came through strong. And I get to see that now in this last run because I ran Lime Vine F2s. I think I ran the stuff that you just put up in a couple in the Lime 1 BXs. I just ran like 6 or 7 varieties of it in seed form, and I could see how it was laying down throughout the whole thing. And I could see where the one I got from Kev, the BLR F2 was. It was very bright. Your death breath was right in that same profile. The Lime 1 BX had that more funk to it. And then
you try that. No, you have the Limarilla. You have one
I
of
have
the
both. I
Limarillas.
have both. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if I had to put my Black Wop in there, which I think it's got the strongest like lime, like the F2 that Kev gave me, but it also is back with this grease thing that you were that's why I kind of like hopped in, that grease thingy in the background that kind of weaves its way in. That I call it a grease rag type terp. It's kind of a chemical thing. And anyways, it's fucking phenomenal. The way the whole line lines out. You did cool work there, Gene.
You said there was 2 packs of the
There's
Limarilla
2.
Lime one.
So we had one go for $375 to Bio Tim. Thank you very much, sir.
Yep. Yeah. I also, what was another one that I got? That sour cheeseberry. That sour cheeseberry too is really nice, dude. It's got a really good high on it.
I'm excited to see the extract because it's got like this yogurty thing in the flavor. I just froze it. We put it down, so we're gonna wash it soon.
Nice. Yeah, we washed a bunch of that. It washed it. I don't think it washed super well, but it's got a really nice profile and high to it. It's long lasting is one of the things that you'll notice about it. Like it'll get you really, really high. And then it'll kind of mellow out, but it'll keep you high for a long time.
Well, let's bounce over. You got something you want to put on, Kev? I can see you're doing stretches and trying to keep yourself going over there. I know you're on mute, bro, but I know it gets late. You get tired because I'm up to 5 o'clock. You're on mute, man.
I just started that second pack of the Limarilla Lime 1 to get those moved too. There's somebody else.
Awesome.
I just what I can do is because I just chopped them so they'll be ready within a week, 10 days, like, so it's on a cycle. But I could do like a like an exotic pack where I do like a Roberts Creek Congo cut and a monkey paw, because that monkey paw is nice and that's a fucking rare one too. And so it's old throwback shit, but the Roberts Creek is primo, and both of them do well outdoor. Like I haven't done the monkey's paw here, but if it does well in Michigan, it can finish there. It'll finish fine where I am. And I know that the Congo kills it here. Couldn't be any happier. So why don't you put 2 of those up as like a 2-pack clone deal? And that'll be a good grab for somebody, because neither one of them are in any real circulation.
No, and they're both sativas that folks don't
they're
have
different
their hands on. I've had that Congo just as long as you have, and I'm becoming more and more in love with it. I feel like my taste buds are actually changing. This last run with it, I just kept, because the terpinolene kind of like at first was throwing me off, like you guys were saying earlier, from some shitty bags, but it's got such a depth to it, that Congo.
Age it, let it sit. Like, I'd like to wash it. I was talking to the guy. Did. Oh, nice.
I'll send you some rosin, man. It's
dude,
beautiful.
I'd love to try it, because I heard that for me, if you took it deep enough and then scrubbed it, it would be ferocious. But I noticed that the quality of anything to do with equatorial flower, opposite of hash extraction based needs, they age better. The stuff that's meant to be extracted needs to be extracted. And the stuff that was the equatorial herb, if you would carb it and let it sit for so long. And for me, when I'm looking at that Congo, now that I've been growing it for enough years, I have stuff that's like a year and a half old, and it was put away right, so there's no real degradation except just aging, and the flavor opens up in this really, it's almost like it's just a slap in the face when you first pull it fresh, but over time, man, it's broad, so it's interesting. And the paw should be beautiful too. I know where I got it from, And it's the same thing. It's just stuff that's not around, that's workable, that lets you have some interesting shit. That's not, because fucking exotic nowadays means it's got a brand label on it. Doesn't really mean that it's fucking rare or interesting. You know, interesting is interesting. That Limarilla is nasty. I'm telling you, I always wondered what a Gorilla Glue would do, Spock, because you gave me a pack of it. I got it sitting in my vault. I always wondered what a Gorilla Glue, because the Gorilla Glue done right is really good. And if you could splash some of that lime into it, man, it would have brought out all those undertones.
Have you got to try any of it?
No, I haven't smoked any of it in person yet.
Oh. It's great, man. It's one of my favorite things. It's one of the things I'm going to keep working with. And it's got great profile, man. It's got a great high too. Some of my partners complain that it's a little too overwhelming for them as far as like mental stimulation, but that's kind of like my thing. So.
I want to wrestle with it. That's the story in the Bible of homie when he came out of the tent and he was wrestling with the angel. He was really wrestling with a fucking fat bag of grass, and it was throwing him to the fucking ground over and over again.
Jacob, and he had to come fucking climb the ladder, dude.
He wasn't fucking around.
How do you feel about that Congo? Do you feel like it has kind of like a higher nutritional requirement?
Yeah, you have to drive it. I actually, because I didn't run the farm this year, I had a surplus of Philoscape foliar program that I use up the hill from Sam at Soilscape. And so it's just taking it. And it's a unique plant in that respect, where for something that has such a ferocious, edgy high, rarely does it produce like that one. I would have loved to have seen him in the Canary Islands. I would have loved to have just met the dude, the La Mana Negra, who was doing the breeding on it. I would have loved to have seen what the stock looked like when he first got it. I would like to have seen what that process from original crack to F4 and then that selection, just because those gene pools are stuff that I'm not really super familiar with. You know, like I don't think a lot of us really touched a lot of African stuff from the source, where,
Yeah.
you know, someone said, "Hey, this is Durban poison," but it might never fucking been from Durban. You know what I mean? And Durban's a crossroads. So what do you mean by Durban poison? Like the Durban poison cut that I remember from, you know, that late 80 period, different, but so much of the African stuff to me was just, we would receive it very infrequently on the East Coast. And then all the years I was growing, you'd meet people who had like met somebody from Angola or somebody from Nigeria, and they were, you know, Ethiopia. They were able to grab a plant or grab a male and do some hybridization. But she's nice. It's good weed.
Well, let's we just wrapped up in the chat there. We were finishing out the second pack of that Limarilla that went to Robert Bendula Jr. Thank you, sir, for $320. Big ups. Thanks, Brandon, for the donation.
No problem.
Nice little $700 there. So let's do these two that Kev's got up, the cuts, the Roberts Creek Congo that we're talking about, and the Monkey Paw.
And I got them growing right now too. Like once whoever picks them up, just give me your email and I'll take some photos of them growing so you can see the bodies of them, and you know what I mean. And you'll get the cut.
Are you Kev? As always, folks. Someone asked earlier if they could bid on an hour of your time, and I said bid on a pack of seeds. And if that thing gets high enough, you get a little message here or there with Kevin.
If they pick up the clones, because get the clones too, right? And get the fucking plants. And then if you get the plants, then you can fuck with me a little bit. And I'm pretty cool about that in general. As long as you're not trying to fucking drown me, I'll hang out with you a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
We're auctioning off a date. With
Sometimes
Kev.
I dunk him underwater.
Come on, Kev,
give me another one, bud. Give me another one.
This is a bachelor auction here. He's not a bachelor. Don't mistake it for something it's not.
Yeah, no, you're not selling that.
No, you're not. Not gonna be no. He's not sending you no eggplant emojis, but wait till you see these Robert Creek's Congos colas.
They're
Impressive.
eggplants for sure, dude.
It's crazy.
Heavy feeders. Heavy
Yeah,
feeders. Those
and
plants are.
extremely resistant. I mean, it's an impressive plant for the type of high. I just really wanted, I haven't been able to extract it. And so you guys, you did a fresh frozen on it, or you dry it and wash?
I did a fresh frozen.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
It was
turkey.
an early pull, unfortunately. I pulled it at 10 weeks. So it was immature. I could have done better. But the product came out really good. You know, the high will be obviously a little bit more intriguing if I could have taken it full term, but
Well, it's because you got the new kid, so now you're afraid to go all the way. You want to pull out early,
yeah.
so it transferred through your whole life.
Just stop. Let's pull it out, man. Pull it out.
Just pull it out, man. Don't let it go all the way.
What's the monkey paw? What is the monkey paw? Like
The monkey paw is
what
just,
is
it's a three-way hybrid. It's just, I mean, I looked it up, but I just talked to the dude I got it from, and he was like, dude, it's an old school cut out of Michigan, and it was a three-way hybrid of Afghani, Colombian, and Mexican. And so when I got it, it looked really tropical. I mean, I'll send you a photo. I mean, I got it. It's pretty. And it jumped up in size nicely. So it has good growth characteristics, beautiful body on it, has like this weeping kind of appearance where even though it's lifting up, you're still seeing this, how tropical varieties always seem to have a different leaf shape to shed water. They're
like a hula dancer.
They don't funnel up as much.
Yeah.
They have like a different, it's just because of the climate. It's so characteristic of that. And the pre-smell on it is this really exotic, musky fruit that's almost, I want to say, so aromatic, it's swirling around the plant when you approach it. So it's really volatile.
She makes
so
we got 30 seconds in on this one, and we're at Chris Bocher. Our bio team just came in with 725. And just to clarify, folks, this is for 2 cuts that are pretty fucking rare. I bet there's less than 20 people that have the Roberts Creek Congo in the US. Maybe the real one. Yeah, the real one. And then this monkey paw, I don't know that, but there's very few people got it. I got it through Kevin. Pretty stoked, and I would hop on these because these are great breeding opportunities to dip into these. And
it just saves you a lot of trouble. It allows people to be able to, the problem about being a cannabis collector or even before you want to breed, you're fucking a collector first. You're grabbing things, then you decide you want to reproduce it. But the grabbing of things, it's what are you grabbing? And the ability to grab some stuff that's not in the norm allows you to touch different facets of cannabis so that when you get fucking bored with the zha shit that's around you all the time, you can go fucking play in a world that's limitless.
She makes wonderful crosses.
That variety
profiles aren't the same. It's the same reason why I rode the fucking lime train for so long, is that was just a really rare flavor combination, and it was just really well done. So it was broad. So you had variations within it, but all of it were very quality, depending on what your preference was. It's so just fuck around in a world that's nice. That's why I like fucking with that Congo, because it's just quality.
We're at
I'd love to see that thing. I can't wait to smoke some of it.
We're at 1550. These guys are bouncing around. If we get up to $3,000 on this, I will toss in 25 of the root beer GMO on the Roberts Creek.
That monkey paw makes great crosses too. I have a keeper that I kept from a monkey paw that was pollinated by the cherry AK-47 with Alien Kush.
Oh, nice.
And it's just straight sweet cherries. Like that tropical fruit just melded with the cherries of the AK-47, and it's beautiful. That monkey paw makes really nice crosses.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's just, you need to have them. You need some bookends, and it's nice to go hunt through stock, but it's nice to hunt stock that's been hunted through by other people. It just helps you when you're putting together your collections. And then from there, you can then open the population up and go crazy all you want.
So we have, the timer has run on this, folks. If you want to get this, we're at 1,600. Tim, hop in and challenge that bid right now. Otherwise, it's going once.
Oh, you know what? Hey, before I forget too, hey Gene, hit me up with your I got something for you. Some dudes from some Israeli brothers out of Africa were doing a Congo project, and they sent me some seeds, and they wanted me to kick you a pack, and I fucking put them in the safe and spaced that shit out. Forgot you even existed.
You mentioned it to me at one point. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
So,
was-
anyways, let's connect, and I'll get them to you.
I just did a you're talking about the lime. I just did a breeding now where I took my oldest lime stuff. That was so I had the lime one crossed with 3 males that were out of it that were the most broadleaf, and then I had the lime one crossed with the lime pop male, which was out of it, which was the more narrow leaf, real super fruity, citrusy, all flavor. And so I just popped those, and so I kept 13 males, and then I took 10 of those males and I put them back on the Lime One clone. That's the mother of the Black Lime Reserve.
Mhm.
And I just did all those breedings. So probably I think maybe in 3 weeks or a month, they'll all be ready, and then they'll have to dry a little bit. But at some point I got to meet up with you and give you some of those, because it's crazy what opened up in there. Like I have all the females. So I kept all the females. So I have like another 50 or 60 females that were the best out of those that I kept and seeded, and I'm going to re-veg them. And when you smell what came out of the females out of that, when there's a big pop of it, it's crazy, because there's like, some of them are like straight, like ginger ale or sweet tea with lemon, or like pink lemonade, but with the lime, but with that weird candy fake on it, and kind of like skunky lime, you know, like there's a lot of cool ones. So anyway, but at some point I'll when I meet up with you, I'll give you those ones, because they came out like the way the girls are. I know that the boys are cool, and then I kept all the boys so I can recreate whatever one comes out the best. So I'd love to see you too, if you have space, run some of them out to get feedback from you too, as what your favorites are out of them while I do it, to have a little bit more of the wisdom of the crowd effect, to be like, oh no, the number fucking 4, dude, we, you know, or whatever it is. So we'll do I'll hook you up with those ones.
Sweet. So we got a race here between Tim, Bio365 Tim, and Limework Genetics. Kev, could you meet both the needs for both those guys if they both donate $1,600?
Yeah, I could do.
Yeah.
Because I got enough of them chopped right now, just as a preservation, right? You know, I mean, that's the only reason why I caught them.
So if you boys both want to donate $1,600, Kev,
they can both get a set. And then they can also, and then the same thing too is like, I know these guys know what the fuck they're doing. They don't need my opinion. But if you want my opinion, you can fucking connect with me on a private Zoom and we can chop it up.
Oh yeah, man.
Because you know I'm willing to give my fucking opinion.
I'll take as much of it as I can get. Looks like Tim's in. Thank you, Tim. Cheers, man.
Golden. All right, we're on. And then so just get them set up with my email.
Okay.
And then they can just go right through me direct. Once they've done the transfer on the loot, just let me know.
Lineworks, is that a deal for you, man? Are you interested in that? But you can you both can come through me and send me a DM with the screenshot of the donation to Nick. And just to remind everybody, it's Venmo at, let me just look at it again. Venmo is Nick-Risden, and then the Cash App is Lime Rising Nick, Lime Rising Farm, money sign Lime Rising Farm.
You see that picture?
Limeworks is in too.
With his
Thank you,
buddies
buddy.
on the porch. That was as southern as it fucking gets. I'm a New Englander, right? Like fucking Korea, New England, right? And so when I see the South, I have some imagery, and like just like when you think of New England, you look at a bunch of fucking dudes that look like all blue collar workers, right? The South, everybody had the sleeves cut off. Every motherfucker had no sleeves on the shirt. I was laughing. I said, "Oh man, the South." I said, "I fucking love that shit." I do. I like the South. It's so different from me being from New England, man. You know, like it's a trip, but good people.
Well,
Glad
thank you,
you got some
boys.
support.
And thank you, Kev, for the donation. That's big, man.
Oh no, my pleasure. And like I said, once they send you the info, and then the guys can hit me up direct. You just give them my email.
Yep.
And then
Yeah,
that way they can just hit me up.
That Congo's high in THCV.
You know, I've never run a lab analysis on it. I kind of quit doing analysis on anything that I don't sell because I don't fucking care. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck what the number is. I'm not really concerned with any data. I just want to know, do I want to smoke more of it or fucking less of it? And so on stuff that I'm not putting into the system, there's no way I'm handing over $700 fucking dollars for a test.
Oh damn, that's how much it costs out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't cost that much.
Just
Man,
test
we
it
can
on
get
yourself.
We can get a full panel. We can get a full panel out here for like $250. If you just want to do
I can get it
potency
for
and a
under that,
terpene test,
120.
though, it'll be like maybe like $60 or $80.
Yeah, no, we get this is California. Fucking gas.
I know you guys are
$5 cheap gas.
Yeah, dude. No, I don't. I get the option of either getting gas with or without ethanol. So I go without ethanol and pay a little bit higher price, but it's still way cheaper than California.
Oh, yeah, we're getting brutalized on the rates. But the thing
Yeah,
is,
I paid 550 something.
Oh yeah, you down in SoCal.
Like easy, yeah, easy.
Yeah, but I had such good relationships with testing labs because I was involved with them when they first came out that I was able to basically test at like fucking $11 a test. I mean, it was crazy what it was costing me to test. And so any fucking herb I touched, I tested. I mean, it was almost like I didn't care if you were puffing weed. I'm like, let me test that shit. And then I'd get the result, and then we could look at the result and then figure out really what the fuck we were looking at, because there was never testing. So when testing first came out, I was drowning in it because I was the drop spot for all these different locations. So we were consolidating all the data, and then everybody that had data, we'd sit down at the desk and look at data, and then I'd be throwing my data that I was looking at in projects up, and it was just fascinating. But never did it fucking quantify a goddamn thing to me about quality of fucking consumption. I mean, I even hired professors from the university. I used to hire non-tenured fucking PhD professors from the university. I'd go to the university and I would talk to the department head of the division of intelligence that I needed. And I would say, who the fuck do you know that I can hire? And I would hire them to come in, and then I would have them do research on my fucking ideas. And you're hunting so hard to be able to understand and chase and map that you reach this point where you really quit giving a fuck and you just want to go back and enjoy good herb. And it's ironic because I had chased that direction so fucking aggressively hard, but on some stuff I almost don't want to know because I don't want to be disappointed or overly inflated. I'd rather not be able to tell you anything about it except that it's just really good. And I think it's just because I'm just old. Or, I'm not that fucking old, but 55 is old enough to know that, like, I got 43 years in herb. And it's been a good 43 fucking years. And so I'm like, I think on some of the stuff, I'd keep it a mystery. But if you run it out and get a sheet, I'd check it out. Oh, Big Nick's here. Hop on, fucker. I've never run it. I've
Turn
never
it down,
run it.
So before Nick pops on, I'm starting in the chat here. I'm going to get this Congo crossed GMO root beer going. 25 seeds. It will be in the pack. We'll put a 4-minute timer on it. And you guys have heard about the root beer or about the Congo, and I'll tell you about my selection on the GMO root beer. It was actually fucking painful. I took all the males, I opened them all up and put all the females in to get pollinated. Took cuts and put them in to get pollinated with the Larry chimes, the cherry pie, that I got from Kev, and then I took all the males and put them in another room, and I took my time with them and kind of split them in half, and I was flowering them out, and going in there every night and checking on them and stem rubbing, and it got down to basically 5 or 6 that I had to go, and I was literally taking pollen shots and then stacking a couple over here. This one had anise, and then this one had a little bit of mushroom from the GMO, and every night I was just pollen shotting in the face, and it got so gnarly, and I ended up getting a little sinus infection type thing. Couldn't fucking smell for a little bit. I just felt like I really took one for the team to try to find a good male, and I ended up going with 2 males on this. So I got a GMO root beer 1 and GMO root beer 2, and they're slightly different in their smells. And so this, what I'm going to put up is the GMO root beer 2 that I selected, that I put onto the Roberts Creek Congo. So looks like we're up to 1,200. Fuck yeah, boys. This is going to be a good one. I really think that those, I'd be interested in what Gene has to say, because you might have done a similar cross. I don't know. But I think that those flavors are really going to mesh well together in that cross. I haven't tested it. I just pulled it down and dried the seeds. So they're still sitting in the buds.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I saw the pictures. I think the pictures I've seen of that Congo were Kev's, and I was surprised at how big of flowers it has, because I grew Congo, and it was unworked. It was just straight from the source, and it just got like little buds, like boom, 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 little buds all the way up. Super
This
dank.
thing does the donkey dongs. I mean,
it has big old buds, and I'm sure if you hunt through a lot of anything, then you can find the ones that yield and breed it a little bit. And I'm sure that's what the guy did, who originally bred it. But I'd imagine that when you take something like that, I mean, GMO and root beer are both probably 2 of like the funnest plants to grow, as far as being able to go, okay, you're going to get these canes of weed. And then that Congo looked like it does the same thing. So I'd be surprised if it doesn't wind up having like massive, it'd be the kind of thing I'd probably want to grow as like big full-term outdoor plants, just to see something ridiculous, I bet it would be really crazy, I mean, I think you could get something crazy if you just crossed like a more tamed sativa narrow leaf thing, like Blue Dream. Like, nobody's seen it. My cat's yelling at me. Nobody's seen like Blue Dream cross GMO, because nobody's really done it as far as I know. But I'm betting you would be like, holy shit, what are you growing over here? And I think it'd be like a similar thing, because you got that Congo is that kind of thing where it wants to grow real fast and then get the real long buds. And then if you put something like GMO in the mix, I've only grown a few plants of hybrids of the GMO itself, but like they just like they start budding and they just go boom, 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 boom.
Yes.
And you wind up with these stacks where you're like,
Yeah.
damn, I thought it was done right here or here or here or here or here. And it just keeps going. And it's such a cool thing. And I think that came from the ChemD, because the ChemD likes to stack boom, 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 But then I think whatever that there's a little bit of magic in crossing it with something that was so different. With that cookies, it's just different enough. And then that cookies added the density. And then when it got crossed with the root beer, then the root beer like maintained that stretch, and it made it a little more sandy. And so like I figure with something like that Congo, they're probably going to be really cool. But I'd like to see one of those put in like a giant hole outside and see, if you could get like a 20-foot 20-pound, 30-pound plant off of something like that, because it seems like that kind of a cross.
Maybe have to get some seeds to Joel, those big fucking boys he grows.
For sure, because he'll grow 15 and 20 pounders.
Yeah,
people don't believe it, and then you see he's like, oh yeah, no, this was a 18 pounder, and you're like, whatever. Everybody like, yeah, the fish you caught was this fucking big, right? And then he pulls out one bud, and then the bud dry is like this big and it's like this long. And you're like, well, yeah, if you have 10-foot plant like that, then yeah, it's going to be 15 pounds. It's going to be 20 pounds, you know?
How do you break that down for the market though? Like
Well,
how
that's just the cola. You know what I mean? So you break it down however you want. So if you want it to be small, first you break it down all into chunks like this, and then you break those down into 5 pieces, and you can make it all be buds this big if you want it that way. It's just make your own basically. But that's what he's keeping as smoke. But his pounds are just all essentially dry golf balls, you know, just like golf ball size. Boom, there it is. Because it's pop, 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 pop. They're arranged in a spiral around the edge. It's not half here, half there. It's 3 of them adding up to be this big. So when you pull them off like this, it's just your pounds are just golf balls, you know. People love that shit. And then if it's like, you know, it wasn't what people wanted, then you just break them down further, you know. It's trippy. It's crazy though when weed yields like that. I had a friend back in the day, and I went over to his house, and it was like the end of September, and he's all, yeah, I already got dry pounds. And I'm like, what the hell are you growing? And he's like, oh, it's this shit. It's called the Mary Lou. It's from our friend, you know, named Mary Lou. And the buds were like this. They were like loaves of bread. And you could break it down however you wanted, and they'd be little buds. You can always pop it apart. It's fractal, right? But he was pulling out these buds, and it wasn't even October yet, and they were dry this big, like cured weed. He had cut like September 10th or some shit. And I was like, what the fuck am I growing? And it was one of those things that was around, and then we lost it. It was basically just a special line of like what I call pina, like dirt big bud. But like there's just those certain things that just bud like that. And I think you'll see that start to happen now more when people start to screw around and do something like that. That Roberts Creek is really big and it's really long. And then the cookies is so fucking dense, and the GMO likes to stack so much. And the root beer likes to get like a lot of buds on a long cane. So when you start messing around, you get like one little edge from this and one little edge from that. And then all of a sudden you'll start to see stuff that you can't believe. And that was like the huge stuff that I saw from Joel from Ital Foundation was like, I think it was like cherry lime pop, royal afgoo or some, or what's that one they have out there in Covelo? It's not afgoo. It's I don't know. You guys know that one? What's that one? It's like afgoo cross something else, but it's called, fuck, I don't know. Kev, do you know that one that they have?
Are you talking about the platinum you did?
Isn't that called Jagu?
Jagu. It's the Jagu.
Yeah.
Jagu, the Jagu.
Yeah. So it was like Jagu cherry lime pop royal or something like that.
I think he
that
called it the
Jagu is
platinum.
so nuggety, you know, that it just wound up making these things. And he's like, yeah, you know, we were doing 18 pounders and shit. And I was like, dude, yeah. Like, I'm not gonna say that you're full of it, but that sounds like an exaggeration. And then you see the weed, you're like, nah, it's not. It's just huge fucking flowering buds, you know. It's crazy. You see his plants too, they're massive. But yeah. Went on a tangent there.
Oh, it's cool. The Peshman took that one for 1,200. So big thanks to you, man.
Nice.
Super awesome. And that's gonna be a fun pack. So just DM me on Instagram, screenshot of your payment, and we put it up in the chat, but it's the Venmo is Nick -Risden on Venmo. And what's up, Nick? Let's get something else going though. I want to keep the money making going.
You need to connect. Ideally, right? Is whoever got like the 2 dudes that just got that Congo from me, if they could somehow have an ability to connect with the cat that just picked up the seeds from you, then what it would do is it would allow them to access that Congo to go back into if they wanted to go that direction a little more, because the other ones are a little probably more accessible.
Totally.
Yeah, that's the beauty of these fucking platforms is you get to meet the community you're in.
That's
Hey,
very true.
Hey, why we got Kev and we got Brandon here. I want to put up the new SFE FEMS that I made. It's like
nice.
the SFE to PAM, right? So it's the SFE heirloom SFE Mandelbrot stuff. Nasty, one of my favorite friggin' plants in the world as of late. And I reversed a few of those clones. and I hit a few things that are, still yet to finish testing and whatnot. But, as per usual, I hit everything to Pam, just because that's my guiding light that tells me everything I need to know, kind of what's going on there. So those are the first ones to get popped and rolling. They're so far, man, we did some depping on them right now. We're going to get ready and cut them down probably the next couple of weeks here. But ferocious growth. I'm talking like two friggin' polar opposites combined, ferocious growth on these things.
So it was,
No viral contamination.
Yeah,
No viral contamination on the OG. I'm telling you, the fucking things outside full term, they don't look
it
the
was
same.
a female
Yeah,
Pam with
so-
the male, the
yeah,
pollen
so
of the
it's my Pam
SFB.
one. Yeah, so the
Get a timer
SFB
going at 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
SFB pollen donor. So that the cut was reversed. A couple of them.
Is that the
And,
SFD that Mandelbrot got like 13th or 15th with? Is that the same cut you're
He
talking
didn't-
about there?
Yeah, same cut, Nick, but he wasn't the one that entered it into the cup. That was a cat
Got you.
who came into my shop and got the cut off the shelf.
How
Got
many
you.
seeds?
But it was 14th out of like 1,000.
Hell yeah.
It was, and
No,
it's a
it's
really
ferocious.
nice. It's a fucking when people talk about OG Kush, it's really like a quintessential OG Kush.
It
I
really
showed it to someone, and someone said, "Holy fuck, I got you." That's what OG Kush used to be like. And
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, you can see why people made so
So-
much fucking money
Yeah.
and enjoyed it so much."
How
It's
many seeds?
dude,
It's
that
it's a 10 pack.
I've grown out that SFV cut that you sent to me, and it's awesome, dude. It's got such a good high. The way that it kind of grows in the system that I run, it's kind of like Gorilla Glue, where it grows really, really vigorous. It gets real heavy and it just needs a lot of support, right? But as long as you give it its support that it needs, the things are going to put on weight. And dude, they reek, dude. They stink. It's the type of weed that when you bust open the bag, dude, people are, it's turning heads because it's got that pungent, like deep pungent aroma.
It'll like degrade shit. You know what I mean? It's that fucking nasty. It's like it'll melt. I swear, like if you had like rubber rings on some shit, like it just is. It's astringent, but it's just nasty.
It's a hospital
very,
hallway.
The lemon.
Yeah,
right?
it's very
Yeah.
it degrades and shit. You know what I mean?
It does it a lot.
radical. So
I do get a little bit of like lemon pine, very, very small amounts, but it's so much that it's overwhelming with that kind of pungent earth and almost like skunky,
Yeah.
all the citrus is really kind of on the back end of that variety for me. And really like when I walk up to my greenhouses and those things are venting, I smell it, but it's not like, oh, this is lemon. This is like, oh, this is why the neighbors complain about skunk,
It's fucking beauty. I reversed that, took that bad boy's pollen, and as if you ever, you don't get very much pollen, with reversals in a lot of cases. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
you got to do a couple. Did a couple. I made the seeds that I could make. It'll be a 10 pack of Fems. They're like I said, it's ferocious growth. You got the kind of, the picks of the litter. If you want to go everywhere in between, there's some fruity Pam looking phenos in there with funny OG leaves, and then there's straight up, OG plants in there, like no doubt, with a little bit more color. I'm getting a lot of color transfer from Pam. Pam brought a lot of color. That's what I've noticed so far, but I'm looking forward to it. We're looking forward to those, but I'll put, anybody's got any questions on those ones are going to be released, later on next month or two, once we, finish everybody out. So, those are them.
We got James Welburn at the lead. Kind sir up from up north.
What time you got there, Josh?
35 seconds on this one.
That ain't enough time for me to talk real quick, but
Go for it.
So to Kev, I missed your phone call back last night. And it's very difficult. Some of the phone calls I'm making right now, because they are, to tell people I genuinely love, to give them their flowers and to tell them goodbye in case things go wrong based off what doctors have told me over the last few weeks. And I post a lot. I'm very emotional. The guys that know me through Instagram and follow my stuff, everybody knows my love for Kevin, but I don't overly say it on there, but I'm going to overly say it now. There is no one in the world that means more to me than Kevin Jodry. Kevin Jodry is not my father, but he is a father, grandfather-ish control over me, to where I have learned so much from him that when I had brain surgery and I was having a breakdown in the hospital, it was Kevin that said stay. It was in that moment that if I could make it through 7 days in the hospital with my brain cut open after getting beat up by the police and the PTSD I have in the hospital, if I could make it those 7 days, I could change my mental behavior. And my mental behavior from my brain swelling and everything that's happened through this tick shit has been hard to control. And I owe that to multiple people sitting on this panel board right now. Dutch Blooms, who I speak to every day in FaceTime. Mean Gene from Mendocino, who took me in 3 years ago. And Kevin Jodry, who at the same time, I remember 3 years ago, going to the Emerald Cup and following him around with all this data I had off Royal Kush for an hour and a half before finally he turned around and was like, yo, man, can I help you? And 3 years later, he's sitting on here trying to save my life, and he's talking about my Bicket OG. So I just want to give people their flowers while I still have the opportunity. I very much believe that these stem cells are going to work. My psychotherapist, Dr. Alan Gooch, he's a genius. I actually started seeing him when I was dog training years before. When I would compete, there'd be a lot of people in the stands. I get nervous, and the dog would pick up on that. The other day, he told me, he was like, before you do these stem cells, you're going to convince yourself they're going to work. We're going to placebo this shit and talk it into existence. But at the same time, I do want to give people their flowers, tell people thank you. Kevin, you know how much I love you, dude, but I don't think you understand how much control you had over me in that hospital and how much you shifted the tide 2 months ago with the brain surgery and me staying in control. You have always been nice to me. Not because I could ever do anything for you, just because you're a nice people to anybody that's respectful to you. Thank you all to all of you all on here. I have to get off here and run meds. I'm on heavy opiates and med supply. I just needed Mean Gene from Mendocino and to Kevin know to what level I hold them to. Brandon Russ, Cascading Grown. Dutch Blooms, I talk to you every day, FaceTime, everything else. All you guys, thank you. Tyler, you know how I feel about you, man. I selected your plant in my first release breedings. I just need you all to know I love you all. This ain't about what you can do for me or fucking plants. I may not be here in the morning. I genuinely love you all. Thank you all. I'm going to hop off here. Kev, I didn't get to talk to you last night. Thank you. That's all I got to say, guys. I'm going to let y'all do y'all's thing. I got to go hook up meds and rock that out before I go to sleep. So thank you all. And I'll talk to you soon.
Love you, buddy.
Damn. Fucking
That's rough. It's hard to.
respect. I don't know what to say. Thank everybody. I just thank everybody for everybody that's putting in money and being a part of this. Trying to help our friend. So let's move on to making some money, you guys.
Let's get it. Yeah.
Wants to
I
put
like
some
making
thoughts up?
Let's do the job. Yeah.
I'm making that fucking money. Excuse me, it's harder to make. It's harder to make today than it was before, I've noticed. And you know what? It was funny. I just seen Tyler too. Is we just picked up an orchard for
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
we just
yeah.
picked up a beautiful established orchard. We're doing a project and we needed a place for like employee housing. And this place is set up for multiple trailers, but it has an established fucking orchard that was gorgeous. And I'll send you some photos of it. But I was walking through and I said, "Oh man, this is right up Tyler Valley. A
Yeah.
beautiful, all in alluvial river. So it's
Right on.
all
Like
it's
what?
all
Apple trees or
apples,
what?
quince,
Pears.
pears, plums,
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
fig, nice fig,
Yep.
persimmon.
Yep.
And
Right
so,
on.
but probably like, 40, 45, 50 trees full established
Yeah.
that, rim the property. But, oh, it's just a beautiful piece, man. We went over there with my family and I took as much fruit as we could put in the baskets. I was eating that shit till I was like fucking in pain. You know how it is?
It comes
Like
out
your
your
little-
skin, dude.
Yeah, like your little kid again.
Were they
Yeah,
all
yeah.
sweet varieties, or did you have some of the bitter or acidic ones? I'm just wondering if you have some like
No, they had
cider
a little of
varieties.
both. They had some of the bitter plums because I like bitter plums. So
Some
they
of
had
those.
Yep, and they had some really nice Asian pears. So the quality of the regular pear, the Asian pear, but oh man, it was just a beautiful spot. Next time you guys when nobody ever travels anymore, we're trapped in the land of COVID.
Yeah. Send me some pictures though, man. Yeah,
I will. I'll send you some photos of it.
Question, man. Hell yeah, man. That's cool shit.
Yeah,
that's
no,
my
with
life.
Felix, I was just like, oh man, I said this is right up your alley. I was like, it's a pretty orchard. It was a really nice lot we picked up, and it just made me happy to see it because it's never bad to grab 40 existing full-size fruit trees that are fully flowering.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the dream, man. That's it takes so long to get to that point. You know what I mean? Once you just take them on, it's like, oh, this is
better.
Yeah, all you gotta do.
The ones I'll plant will be for when I'm dead, but these right here are existing right now.
Yep.
Where we
All
at
right.
with the auction?
So who's next? I have a whole list of stuff, but I'd like
Dude,
to
I
keep
got
going,
mad
going
stuff
round
too.
robin in the table. So yeah, Brandon, if you want to go up.
Well, what do you guys
Wait,
want to do?
what's
So
up?
I have
Wait,
a bunch of stuff from
whoever got those OG femmes, send me a message so I know.
It was James Wellborn for $500. Okay. He'll find you. He's a good homie up in Canada. He's been.
Oh, yeah. He's a pheno hunting motherfucker. He loves good grass.
Yeah.
Jameson loves good grass. Yeah, he does. He got good taste.
Be surprised.
Yep. No, he'll dig it. No, because that's the whole thing is, people chase. I always watch people chase shit, and I'm like, you're chasing the wrong fucking lane. Like, go after some of this stuff that's got edgy in it. That it allows you to be able to pull stuff out that's just incredible. Everything's too similar right now.
That's it.
I have some old ash stuff, or I have some seed stuff that I made. Let me go grab my little bag over here real quick, and let me delve a little deep into some old school shit real quick.
Cascading, you want to put something up? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I thought you might.
I've got the one cross. It's in the tent right now. They're about halfway done. I think that's about the only thing I have that I can let go of without having to ask somebody for permission. The mother is Blueberry Blast from Snow High, which is a Blue Dream Johnny Blaze cross. So it's Blueberry Haze and Haze Blueberry. That's the female. And then the male is Blue Dream with Jackson's Grape Soda Skunk on it. So the grandma
Johnny Blaze.
Yeah, it's Blue Dream Johnny Blaze, female, Blue Dream Grape Soda Skunk, male.
Okay. So if anybody doesn't know what Johnny Blaze is Neville's Haze times F4 Blueberry. That was a collaboration. I think that happened. Was that in the late 90s or early 2000s between DJ Short and Neville, I think, because I actually have a cross of that.
These ones they're halfway through the pollination run, so I've got a couple weeks for them to finish, a couple weeks for them to dry. So we're probably 6 weeks from sending them out, but I'm more than happy to do. I mean, if I'm just doing one pack, I'll do 25 seeds. And that,
That's a
I
cool,
can just-
yeah, let's get it up. That's a cool offering. Let's get a timer at 4 minutes. And the Blue Dream meme fucking killed Blue Dream. When was the last time someone saw Blue Dream on a shelf?
Ooh,
It's been a
long
minute.
time.
But you know, it really wasn't for any other reason, because it fucking yielded. It was easy to grow. Like, yeah, go for it, Cascade, and tell us about it. Tell us about what you've been doing.
So the male, the Blue Dream Grape Soda Skunk male, is actually one of the better males I've seen in person. It's got a Blue Dream structure with the Grape Soda Skunk density, and then it's got a very Grape Soda Skunk stem rub on the male. The female, I had a bunch of seeds that I got from Snow High. I had some pollination or some germination issues, so he sent me some more. I still had germination issues, so I recruited some packs from some friends. She's the single plant that would grow out of over 140 seeds. She's very much a Blue Dream structure with haze flowers and this floral haze finish, like aroma terpenes effect. And then like I said, the male's, he's beautiful. He actually stretched above my lights. He's got massive vigor, so I would totally expect to see the vigor, to see the Blue Dream structure, to see some Grape Soda Skunk expressions. Yeah, I'm expecting good things out of it. I won't let the line out for any sort of testers or anything till I take it to the F3 generation. So this is probably the only chance to ever get it this early. But yeah, you got to give me 6 weeks to get them to you. Whoever wins it, just understand it's going to take me a little bit of time, but I'll totally be in communication with you. I can send you pictures of the female, the male. I can send you pictures as the seeds finish. It's untested. Obviously, I'm making them right now, so you're kind of along the ride with me here. But I totally expect something special out of this cross with the floral and then some of that grape skunk and beautiful structure. I'm really looking for the structure on this one at first. So I'm expecting big things. It's Blue Dream is the grandma on both sides, so she should show up.
We got about a minute left, and it looks like we have Mr. Wellborn in the lead at 250. We got a little battle going here. Thank you for putting them up, sir. That way, I've been following along on your Instagram and appreciate seeing what you're doing.
It's my first legit breeding cross of my own sort of creation. I'm just standing on the backs of giants, but it's the first thing I've really put together with love and intention and a plan. So it's the very beginnings of what I'll have to leave behind when I'm gone, so.
That's super cool, man. Super cool how that we all get a chance to do that shit,
No, you're gonna leave debt too. Don't forget that. That's what we leave behind. We leave behind fucking savage debt for those who after us to straighten out. That's the real.
I hope not.
All right, man. Shit,
Hopefully
I'm gonna
not.
jump off,
Hopefully
guys.
not.
Thank you for letting me on the show.
Thanks for your help, Kev. Appreciate seeing you, man.
Pleasure. And then
Take care, Kev. Thanks.
we'll
Dude.
be in touch. We'll reach out, man. Right on, guys.
Hell yeah. Talk about.
I think that's the timer on that one. So I'm gonna go back up. Oh, we got Matt Huff. Matt Huff came in at 300. I missed that one. So Matt Huff going once, going twice. Do we have any contest? We got 320. Evergreen Hayes came in, sniping at the last minute. Nice. Snipes are good here.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the chance to support Nick a little bit. I wish I had more to offer.
No, we appreciate all your helping out, and you've been helping out with these auctions since the very beginning. Matt Huff answers back at 350. No, it's
The blue dream on both sides. Like, you know, I've done lots of crosses where I have, like, you know, the same parent on opposite sides, just seeing, you know, she'll definitely show up, you know, but I also find like you get a lot of the contributions, like lots of contributions from that insert, you know what I mean? So if it's like that grape soda skunk or something, it should be pretty fucking cool plant, dude. Like, honestly, you know, every time I've done a cross like that, you know, like that the insert plan, I don't know, you know, how else to fucking say it, but that one that's in, you know, or the 2 or the 3 that are in the middle, you know, it's fucking cool. You know, you get a lot of those, you know, flavors and characteristics punching through with like that, whatever the dominant traits were of that other, you know, parent, which is pretty neat. So that should be pretty fucking cool, dude.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it's like an improved Blue Dream, because I mean, we all remember when Blue Dream hit the scene and how much of a production monster it was. It seemed like everybody, it was like the beginning of the hype train for me. Everybody grew Blue Dream that year. Everybody had nice yields. So to put the grape soda skunk and the Johnny Blaze in there, it should still be that production level sort of quality with some improved expression that you can finesse yourself.
We closed that one down at 350. Matt Huff on the win for that one. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Cascadian, for the donation.
Yeah, just DM me the proof, and I'll stay in touch with you through the finish, and I'll get them out to you, man.
Yeah, and so just to remind everybody, you can donate to Venmo Nick-Risden, or you can Cash App to Lime Rising Farm. Where's it? Farms. Let me just double check. Lime Rising Farm, LYM. Or you can hop on to the website we got set up, which is regenerativeseeds.com/Nick-Risden. And there's a bunch of stuff up you can buy, you can donate straight up. And but yeah, we're gonna keep on with these auctions. I have a lot of stuff too on Excel spreadsheet that to be auctioned up, and so I'm gonna find a way to get that up either on my IG or on the web, on that site, you know, regenseeds.com/Nick-Risden. Anyways, I'm trying to match Gene with this fucking Jamaican rum, which is my first time drinking Jamaican rum. Honestly, so it's pleasurable, man. I've never drank Jamaican rum. I probably only had, in terms of rum, I'm pretty unexperienced. I'm like someone hand me a bottle of Captain's, you know, I'll take a swig of that, but that, you know, I'm pretty much a whiskey guy, so I've been enjoying this.
I usually drink gin, because gin I can tell if I'm drunk or not. But my buddy from Jamaica was like, dude, you drink the overproof rum. Gave me a bottle of the overproof rum, and we always thought like, oh, it's just a bad joke. 126 proof, you're just gonna be slammed, you know? Don't drink that shit. And then I drank it, and I was like, I drank it one night doing one of these things on Future Cannabis or something, and the next day I woke up and I was like, I don't even feel like I drank. And I did another one too, and I drank maybe 3 weird IPAs or something, and the next day I felt like shit, you know?
Yeah,
so I was
man.
like, oh, it's kind of cool. It's clean. The harder stuff leaves clean. The thing is, gin I like because it makes me kind of dizzy when I drink it, so I know I'm drunk. So I have a thing where I don't really notice I'm drunk. And then but what's the problem is that you wake up the next day, and if you get a hangover, you get a dizzy hangover, and a dizzy hangover is fucked. So my sister brought me this Centenario when she moved back from Costa Rica, and this is a really nice one. I just finished it, so I don't have any more, but that's a super nice rum. And then that Ray and Nephew's kind of the standard Jamaican make, you know, people down there will pour it in a beer or something, you know, or pour it in any kind of mix or sip it or whatever. And it's really, really clean. It's crazy. You know, but yeah, what one did you end up going with?
It wasn't that. I'm just looking at it now. It's a 80 proof Myers rum.
Oh yeah.
It was the only thing I could get locally, and I kind of was like, oh, I should drive around and find something, but
Yeah.
I just fucking went for it. So
No, that's good. That's good dark
But
rum. That actually has flavor to it. That's a drink, you know, and you drink that.
it's
That's more like a
earthy.
bourbon or something where you
Yeah.
can taste something to it, and it's made from sugar cane, so it's kind of interesting. You know, it's got a little bit of character to it because there's a little molasses thing in it and stuff. It's pretty good.
It's delicious.
That one's really good in like in like pina coladas and shit, you know,
right.
because it's got that sugary molasses.
No, it's
thing.
like I was joking. My wife was like, I saw your post. She's like, don't get drunk on rum with your buddies. We're going to go clamming in the morning with your friends. Like, they're your friends. And I'm like, no, my friend on the internet says that I won't have an hangover.
Yeah,
like,
we'll see.
what
You
did
never
you
know.
say? Your friend on the internet says you won't have a hangover.
Don't believe anything on the internet, man.
Yeah.
Definitely. And don't take advice on drinking from me, because I think I have like a weird Scottish gene that it doesn't kick in for me or something. 'Cause I looked at this bottle and I was like, yeah, there's way too much. Don't drink that. And now I drink it and I'm like, I can't tell what fucking monster.
After I heard about your night with the elk, I realized I'm not taking drinking advice from you.
Yeah, that's not advisable there, you know.
All right. So what you got next, Gene? You want to put something up?
So I was just checking out what we got. There is, let's see. We'll try to get through a couple more of them tonight. So the first one, let's put up this, let's see. This one's supposed to be really cool. The guy who's grown these out said they were really nice. It's the bubble gum, which is the old clone only. And that's crossed with that same root beer back cross 2 male that Lion Tree used to make those. And once again, we'll do that as 20 seeds of that. So that's bubblegum crossed with root beer back cross 2. And
that'll be delicious. Let's get a timer.
Yeah, it's I guess it's really
now.
tasty, really chunky, really it came out really nice, they said. So they were really happy with it. That was one of the ones he really liked. And these ones, these have only been auctioned one time. These are Lion Tree's own stuff. He made them, like he asked if he could keep a male when I gave him the seeds. He made some stuff. And then there was a cancer benefit that was done, and he put some of these up. And so there's only been, I think, one pack of these out before. And maybe if there's another situation that's got the gravity this one has, then maybe there'll be another pack here or there, but it's never going to be one of those things that 100 people got, or that 50 people got, or that even 20 people got. It's always going to be one of the more rare things. And that particular male, anyone who knows about breedings, it's like you can recreate the same things with the same names, but you can't ever recreate things with the same exact parents. So it's a really cool cross, and there's probably only going to be so many of them. So I think it's a cool thing to put up. And he's putting them up because he knows that it's an important thing. So he's like, yeah, I'll help out, so he's not just handing them out.
Sorry, I'm just looking in. I was trying to get Tony in here. I thought I sent him the link, and I wonder if I actually sent the link to a fake account now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, we're at 1,000 from James Wellborn with 2:15 left on my timer.
I don't know that I've grown. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know that I've grown. I got some bubble gum back in the day that I ran in a one time in a big room. There we go. It comes in, but it kind of just passed on through. It wasn't that run or whatever. It didn't stand out with me, or I didn't keep genetics or something. But I mean, I don't know what I'm really asking. But if it really tastes like the bubble gum, the chewy bubble gum that I remember from when I was a kid, that would come in the 5-packs, like the traditional square shit mixed with a root beer, that sounds pretty fucking epic.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting thing that I thought was really cool about it, which is that one of the real prominent flavors in bubblegum and in root beer is wintergreen. And they say that the Indiana bubblegum has like kind of a pink bubblegum smell. The root beer to me smells like root beer, but a lot like there's other stuff that smells like root beer. Like Old Haze, they say had a root beer in it, and there's other crosses that they say, yeah, that there's a root beer that pops out. But I think those root beers are more of that wintergreen funk, which I think these days people would relate more to being like more Jackie, more train wrecky, because that's that kind of like minty wintergreen toothpaste kind of a thing. If you open root beer and you really smell it and taste it in an actual bottle, you'll be like, huh, that's kind of weird.
Sure.
If you think about what toothpaste smells and tastes like, it can fuck up root beer a little bit for you, because you go, that wintergreen, right? But what's trippy is the root beer doesn't really have that. And then pink bubble gum, even though it has it, you don't think of it as being that way. So I think the cross could be neat, because I think you might be getting kind of both things and kind of skirting the wintergreen a little bit to get like what's kind of exotic about both flavors without as much of it. Because like when you eat when you smell root beer, you can relate it a little bit to that wintergreen. But with the pink bubble gum, it has wintergreen in it to give it that flavor, but I think it's more of an edge. It's not as pronounced as it is in root beer. But I always wondered, like, okay, well, what do you get when it's like that? Because pink bubblegum's weird to me. It almost smells like artificial banana, or like, it's really hard for me to like pinpoint what the fuck is that smell.
I'm gonna go buy some Bubblicious and then smell that shit.
Yeah, or like just straight like bazooka bubblegum. It's weird.
Right.
You can't, but if you Google what is the smell in bubblegum, wintergreen is one of the main things that they say was one of the first things when they first started like selling baseball cards with pink bubblegum in it. That's one of the things that's in it. And that's also one of the things that's in root beer.
Like the Bazooka Joe. It comes through clearly, like when you said that, like my brain went to the Bazooka. Do you remember the Bazooka Joe bubblegum? Did you ever get that shit?
Yeah, with the comic book and stuff.
Yeah, with the comic book in it. Like that was like pure wintergreen. Like it took me a second, but when you said that it kind of just caught that of the Bazooka Joe really is strong in that, in my mind.
It's trippy. So you got to wonder, what's gonna happen when you put those together. So I don't know. They said it was fire. So.
So
we got a winner on this one. It's James Wellborn fucking coming in again at 1100. Thank you, sir.
That compound that you're picking up is called methyl salicylate, and it's also found in white birch bark. So sometimes they'll make root beer with wintergreen, or sometimes they'll use the white birch bark, but it has that same wintergreen type flavor. It's called methyl salicylate.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So I'm looking for, let's see. What's the spelling on that? On his name, James Wellborn?
James
W-E-L-B-O.
WELBOURN.
He's a real cool dude. That was connected with the folks. I'm going to mess up the name of this documentary, but if you haven't seen this, Gene, you should actually go and watch this. James, will you post the name of the documentary up in the post in the chat? It's about I'm not going to say regenerative, but like, sustainable farming. And there's this cool number of cool stories within this documentary. There's 3 or 4, they follow 3 or 4 people. He's going to hopefully he'll post it in a second.
Well, now that I read it written down, I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm 99% sure that I know this guy. So.
Yeah. So yeah, he deserves some love. He's a big supporter of all what we're doing, and definitely been supporting these auctions.
Yeah.
The Need to Grow, there it is. But everyone should check it out. The Need to Grow. I really think you'd enjoy it, Gene. Just kind of based on what we're talking, shit we talk about. But there's this older dude that I'll fuck up the story, but he built this like almost biodome like the Pauly Shore movie, like Biodome kind of grow center, and it got destroyed, and he rebuilt it, and then it like got destroyed again. But yeah, I'm Jamaican rummed a little bit, so I'm not going to talk
Well, that's
about
what I
it.
realized as I went to write it down. I go, oh no, all right, okay. Yeah.
So all right,
you're buzzed until you go to do technical shit. Like, all right, let me make a list.
Let me just tell you about this
Let me keep
documentary
track
that
of
I can't
business
even
here.
tell you
Okay,
about.
yeah, you're fucked up. All right. Yeah.
It's just cool. Just trust me, bro.
Okay. All right.
So where are we going next? Toad.
I don't know. Does somebody got something
Mr.
they
Toad,
want to
you
put
want
up?
to hop on? Welcome, sir.
Yeah, man. I got some stuff here for sure. Anything I can do to help out Nick, man, and fucking get this dude the help he needs, I'm down to do that shit. So I do have some stuff here. I got a couple I want to do since we had the cherry pie clones go out. I want to do something that can help people start some back crossing with that, just like Kev brought up. So I got 2 packs of cherry pie crosses here. One of them is a cross to my space cheese. So it's called Ganjoji. It's cherry pie to space cheese. And then I have a pack of Mary's Cherry, which is the cherry pie to the Ghost of Port Royale that I got from Kev. It's a Ghost OG Kim Dog Special Reserve Fuel Mail. He passed me those seeds when I did the Wonderland Seed Series in 2017. One of the first breeding projects I did when I came back from dying myself was to make this cross, work some of the seeds that Kev gave me, and then I named the male the Ghost of Port Royale in honor of Kev's farm that's up there. So I want to put these 2 packs up together. That way, maybe one of the guys that picked up the cherry pie cuts out there, they might want to pick up these packs. It gives them a way to start doing a back cross with 2 different males out of there, and then also do some sister selections. If you want to do some S1s and reversals, you might find something out of the females that matches up well, and you could just go into a femmed S1 back cross into that thing. So yeah, I got those 2 right there I'd like to put up first.
Let's get the timer started. That's appropriate, dude. Nice pick. So 4 minutes on the clock. You want to talk about the process a little bit more?
Well, let's see here. That cherry pie, if anyone hasn't ran it, that thing's a rank ass beast, man. She puts out, she's killer weight, density. She hits all the marks on that plant. She's killer for washing. She finishes 9 weeks, so she's quick
Good, a cherry
for
pie
people's
cross that washes.
Yeah, she washes nice.
No, that's like a right. That's a pretty
Killer.
important thing because there's a lot. Most cherry pie does not wash. Sorry to cut you off.
No, this comes across with that Ghost of Port Royale, the Ghost OG, and the Kim Dog Special Reserve added some tartness to that cherry real hard in the cross. So she comes across as a real tart cherry, real strong in the mouth that stays on the palate for a long time. She's got killer bag of pill. So she's something nice with that Mary's Cherry. I'm pretty sure I got pictures up on my Instagram. If not, I'll get them up there tomorrow. Same with the Ganjoji. The Ganjoji is a cross to my space cheese, and that space cheese I made in 2008. It's a cross of a locally bred blue cheese. I used to run a collective here, and one of the pages was moving. He brought me his female blue cheese and asked me to hold it until he could come get it. He never made it back because he moved out of state. So I started breeding with that plant. I used to offer the herb to the club. I never released any of the cuts since that's what I was asked upon myself. That plant, it was killer. That blue cheese was just all cheese. It didn't really partake in the blueberry side of it, which for me was pretty good because blue cheese, the blueberry doesn't really work with my system. So a lot of people love it. I'm more of a funky Brent kind of herb. OGs, the cheeses are killer. So I take that cherry pie, I cross it to my space cheese. That's going to add density. Finishes even faster than the cherry pie. She'll trim herself, man. You can throw them buds on your trim tray and the large leaves fall off, and what you have left is 100% smokable herb. So that stuff is killer. There's pictures up on my site also of that Ganjoji if anyone wants to see it on my Instagram pages. They're killer crosses.
The Ganjoji, is that the temple one? Like from
it's actually named after this the cherry seeds that went to space. Yeah, they sent them up. They went around the space station 4,000 times, or was it 4,100 times in orbit? They brought the seeds back to Earth. And then they sent those seeds, the seed pits, out to the original homes where the plants they came from were at. And this seed that was at the Ganjoji temple started to produce flowers and fruit within 4 years. And it usually takes a cherry tree 10 years before it'll start to drop fucking fruit. So they believe that taking them up to space is what actually did that. And I believe it was 4 to 6 other plants that they took up there also did the same thing from other trees. They all began to bloom and produce fruit almost twice as fast as they did when they were birthed on Earth. So that, yeah, that's exactly what it's named after, is the Ganjoji temple from which the seeds were brought, the cherry pits were collected and took to space. That's exactly where that comes from, man. That's awesome, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've read about some of that stuff, and when you were posting about it, I was blown away, man. I was like, oh shit, dude, I love.
Yeah, I do that all the
that.
time with my
Even
stuff.
more.
I name my stuff to honor people, to honor plants, to honor my pets. So like my redwood kush, I've named my El Viejo after the 5th largest single trunk redwood tree that's out there. I've also got one named Hyperion, which is named after one of the largest redwood trees out there. So like when I made those redwood crosses, I wanted to pretty much honor the place that it's one of the places I can't get back to in my chair. Like the last place I actually saw was the redwoods when I went out with Kevin and my buddy Eric. We went out walking out in the redwoods. He went and showed us a spot out there, and like in my chair, I can't really get to the places that I could have got to before. I grew up in the redwoods, so this was my way of sending homage back to the redwoods when I did those redwood crisscrosses and started naming stuff after the same type of thing, after fucking majestic trees, man. Because to me, the plants are our ancestors. Like they're giving us the life to breathe. So without them suckers, we ain't here. So I want to give back the respect to them, just like I do the people when I do my breeding. Like the Bob's Cheddar, I'm gonna whip out here in a minute too, named after Cheddar Bob. So, yeah, that's just kind of the way I do shit, man. I try to send respect out in every form, and since seeds are my livelihood and my life's work, I figure I should name those things after the people I respect and love. That way, their name will carry on forever, even when I'm gone and when they're gone. Someone's gonna have a cut 20 years from now. I'm probably gonna be dead if I go on the same timelines as the rest of the males in my family, and someone's gonna grow a plant that I produced that's named after one of my loved ones, and I won't be here to say their name, but they'll say their name, right? They'll be smoking this shit and be, oh, this Bob Cheddar is some bomb ass weed, and that's gonna be a shout out to fucking Cheddar Bob. He'll live on a whole nother day. Same with these trees, like you brought this up. Well, man, dang.
Hold on, before you move on to the next thing, we got to end on this one, and James is coming in again with the win, $600 on that one.
Yeah, and I'll add something extra to that for that money, man. Trust me, you'll have something besides these 2 packs. Believe that.
That's cool. And James been throwing down, especially tonight, so
Yeah.
I appreciate you hooking him up. James, you know the deal. I think you know where to donate, and then you can hit up Toad at Philophil on Instagram.
And, or philiophil@gmail.com. One of those two.
Philiophil@gmail.com, and show him the screenshot of your donation, and he'll you guys are connected then. And let's do the next one, Toad, if you want to go for it.
Okay. I got another one. This one's gonna be let's see, where's the rest of these? I got let's see. Okay, first off, we're gonna start with the parent line to all these is the Space Cheese. This is going to be the only pack that I offer to the public. This is a line I'm not going to release. This is the one I started in 2008. I only made these F2s to do a continuation of what I had left in the seeds after I died and came back. My whole point was to try to make the plants I love into larger seed stock that I can either give away or do things exactly like this with. So you can't buy them from a seed bank. You're not going to buy them from me. You'll get them in a auction like this, and I plan to not release this one again. So this is the Space Cheese F2. So I used so this has 20 seeds in it. It has a selection from the number 2 and the number 4 females in here, across to the what I call Mr. From Under male, the Space Cheese. So that's one pack. The second pack's Bob's Cheddar, 20 seeds also. This Bob's Cheddar is named after Cheddar Bob. It's Bruce Banner number 3 across the Space Cheese, Mr. From Under male. And we got the NorCal Space Goo. This is NorCal Afgoo across to the Space Cheese Mail again. And then the last one is Vintage Cheddar. This is Kim 91 across to space cheese. So that's all 4 packs here. Now these are also, you can check them out on my Instagram. I just showed pictures of the vintage cheddar and Bob's cheddar, and the space cheese is farther back, but I'll put some of those up tomorrow also. And the NorCal AFGU is just finishing testing right now. The cat's doing his curing on the plants, I believe. That thing is a frost fucking monster. If you want something that's for producing hash, concentrates, it's a peach snapple terpene profile on the NorCal Space Goo. Dense, frosty, fucking killer nugs. They're going to have a sweeter terpene profile when you smell them, but it comes across more pungent, peppery on the smoke, across with that Snapple, peach Snapple. Real, it just coats your mouth. The vintage cheddar leans hard to the Kim 91. It's a face slapper. This thing is going to fucking drop you. It has the bud structure of Kim 91. She likes to burn up on the edges of the plant, just like the Kim 91 does when she goes through growth and flower. The space cheese side brings extra density to the Kim, which can be slightly loose if you don't get her locked in. Bob's cheddar. This is a berry kicks flavor coming out of this Bruce Banner 3 space cheese cross. You can hit up Cheddar Bob's Instagram or mine to check out the pictures of this. He did a full test grow of this next to the Bruce Banner number 3 female. So he did the progeny alongside the actual cutting that produced them. So he could do a full-on test outside of my own grow space. That way, you're not just getting my reports on something. You're getting reports that come from actual patients that are going to grow the plant. So any stresses that could pop up are going to show themselves possibly in someone else's garden. Like when Cheddar did the Bob's Cheddar, he got issues with the driver on his light. He had to replace a light. The timer fucked up on him. He had to battle a heat wave that was not something that happens in his area, so it was not set up for that. And the plant's only issue was it took an extra week to finish the plant. So there was no hermaphroditic issues or nothing like that coming out of that line. She's a killer ass line. So that's all 4 packs on this one here. So you guys are getting 4 total packs, all crosses to my space cheese mail, all fully tested out. Nothing to worry about on these. Answer anything you guys want. If you do hit them up, you just hit me up in the private and I will give you any information you want. Test pictures, terpene profiles. I'll show you pictures of the mother and the females if you need be. I'm wide open on what I do with my breeding.
No, we're getting a good number here. Last I see, James Wellborn again leading at 600. I really appreciate you, Tony. Like I get to follow a little bit of you, but I'm always working so hard that I don't get to appreciate honestly all that you put out. You know, like I know that you're throwing a lot of fucking content out. Every time I look up, you're like delving into deep topics and you're pulling up papers and stuff. I just big ups to you, man, for all that you do.
Respect, brother. Respect. It's kind of what I have left to do now since I can't do physical shit much. All I got left is to fucking use my brain muscle, man. Right? The rest of my muscles don't work like they used to. So I spend all my time researching my passion, which is plants. So I never claimed to be a master or an expert on these topics. I just claim to be a cat that's practicing these things, and my expertise can help anyone else not fail at the things I failed at, because I've tried to dive as far as I can into my failures to make sure they turn around, because I don't want to go out on a failure. I always want to be better at what I started at, or at least not getting worse. So that's the reason I share all that stuff with everybody else. I'm hoping someone will dive in there, start telling me shit I don't know nothing about, and the next day I'm 10 times smarter than I was the day before.
Well, we're closing this one out again, James, for the $600. I think you're getting 6 packs from Tony on that between the two.
Yeah, he's got 6 altogether.
Yep. So that's fucking awesome, man. And let's throw up another auction. And then I want to dig into a topic that I think all 3, Eugene, Toad, Brandon, and maybe everyone might have comments, stuff to talk about. But who's got the next auction?
Can I just do my last one here?
Oh yeah, go for it, man.
I got one last
didn't
one,
know you
man.
didn't know. Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
Everyone might
Sorry.
not know what this is, but this is a seed winnower. This helps you remove the chaff and bad seeds from your seeds. It's 3D printed, 5-inch fan. It's on my Instagram page. I make these on my 3D printers. It's kind of hard to see here in this light. Let me give you a better. Might get it. Nope, that's just gonna glare. Hard to see. There you go.
I can see.
Um,
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, these are the bottoms that go out. Your seeds going through the top. Right. This is gonna be the first one that goes out to the public. Sending out to Nick. This is going to come with 2 packs of seeds also. So this is going to come with one of my favorite lines I ever created from my angel mail. It's going to be Icarus OG, which is rug burn cross to angel, heavy OG terpene profile, but on a more sturdy plant that's going to be able to hold itself up without all the bracing like something like the SFV needs and GMO. The angel adds a lot of structure to a plant that keeps it from flopping its ass over. And with the pack of regular Icarus OG, you're going to get a pack of Icarus OG S1s. So a pack of FIMs with 10 seeds and a pack of regulars with 10 seeds, along with the winnower for everybody. It's a line I do not release anymore. It's my favorite line that came out of my angel crosses, besides the pure back crosses to angel. So this is what I smoke on whenever I got my own herb around me, which is always. So I've always got some of this here. It's something I take with me when I go places to show other people what I'm smoking. Like, this is what I smoke right here is my Icarus OG. I've also done a full breeding project with the FIMmed Icarus. Well, that's how I showed everyone how to do the reversals. With the STS, I used my Icarus as the plant that did all the breeding. So it was the pollen donor on everything I did, the Kim 91, Afgu, Romulan, Package Charlie Kush. I did a few plants across to that just to show people that reversals actually work and how to go about doing it. So
No,
2
that's
packs
dope,
in.
dude. That winnower, just to clarify, is a seed separator, and
Yes.
that's a beautiful little mini tabletop like that. Like you could run through an 8-light room in like
Oh
2
yeah,
hours with that
I
thing. Like
did
honest, you
10,000
could run
seeds in
through a
this
lot
thing
of
in
material with
like
that
5
thing.
minutes, man. Like,
Yeah.
really. Let's see. Like, this jar right here going to take you like 2 minutes to completely separate all the shaft from the seeds. There's like 10 or 20,000 seeds in here. Like, the time it would take you to sift the whole amount of seeds out of a full breeding room, it's going to take you weeks if you do it by hand. With this little machine, you could do the whole room within the day. You're
I need
done.
one. I need to get
I'm
one of those.
I'm gonna have a few to put out there, man, for sure. I just got done finalizing the full system. I had to go through a few prototypes, and then both my printers died doing that shit, and I just got them back up. There's 2 more printing in the other room. It takes me 3 days to print them, but I'm telling you, these things are fucking killer to remove seeds when you're used to fucking doing it by hand. If you're a cat that's removing seeds by hand, this shit right here will save your fucking life. So there's other cats out there selling them. You can make one yourself.
They're all
But like,
different sizes. You can make them yourself, but like,
yeah,
are you going to sell those? Because that's like a really
yeah,
cool, in my mind, for the hobby breeder, hobby
yeah.
seed maker. Like that's a really good size.
I will be offering these to the public. But
Nice.
I got hit so hard that I've got to hold back on that until I might get them all going here. So I got a bunch of homies that I got to send some to. Like I said, I got the first one is going out to Nick besides this one. So, and this is mine. I don't want to send this one out. This one's already got some stuff stuck to the window from me sending seeds through it to prove that it actually works. So you're never getting some from me that I can't prove to you is going to fucking work. So this thing right here is a mid to hobby sized breeder's dream come true, or even a cat that's a big time breeder that's just doing a small room, right? You guys out there that aren't doing fucking 150 plants out there, or even larger grows. Say you got a room with 12 plants in there, you're doing all your test grows to pull out new phenotypes. This thing is going to get your fucking work done for you. You spend the rest of the fucking day with the family, man, or finishing doing some other shit in your garden, but it totally cuts time. Man, I used to make the big ones. Like I said, I used to do fucking stereo installations. I used to do furniture. I got all the tools in my garage. I just can't physically stand up and use them anymore because of my body. So I had to figure out a way to do this stuff on a smaller scale. So yeah, this thing it's by 8 5/8. It's a tabletop. All you need to do is put a couple little fucking Tupperwares underneath it to collect the seeds on both sides, which I'm planning to have sent out with them. I just have to go pick them up. They weren't at the fucking spot when I went to get them. They were all shipped out. So as soon as those are in, they should be in on Monday. I'll have those, and this will be ready to go out with the seed collectors on the bottom and everything.
And with the fan, I like it. You got the computer fan in there.
Oh yeah. And
Yeah.
this fan is here, I got the fan is adjustable. So you can
Oh,
go from
nice.
0 to
Nice.
100 on this thing. So from 3 volts to
Yeah.
12 volts. And that's so like if you're doing some extremely light seeds, you don't need to have that fan on full blast. So if your seeds are real small, they're going to weigh a lot less than say like a big old deep chunk seed or a pure Afghani where they got them big ass football seeds. If you're running something like my haze for days, that seed is the size of a pinhead, right? So those seeds need to have the speed set down lower. So some of these things, when you get them, they'll have a side that you slide back and forth to adjust that. Mine's got an actual speed control that comes with it. So you got a speed control, you get a funnel that holds your seeds. So it holds roughly about half a quart of seeds on top and then another maybe a pint inside of it at one time. So as they're flowing through, you don't have to just sit there pouring it. Usually you could fill that up with one strain. Like I say, the cats that are out there breeding in a small tent, you got a 8x8 tent, you ran a bunch of plants 3 feet tall in there. This thing will harvest each one of those seeds out of each plant in probably 10 minutes, man, for real. These things they're killer. They're killer. Ancient technique, man. They've been sifting seeds for winnowing style, but with baskets for fucking millennia, man. And we get to a point where we can do this stuff out of recyclable plastic with a fucking machine, man. It's fucking killer.
If there's any interest, I'm one of the cats that's also been building them. I've been selling them for a little while, but mine are made
Yeah,
out of
yours are really
Yes.
nice, dude.
Cascadians are killer, man. We were speaking. His is a killer a box. His
mine
is
are a
a
little bigger. But
yeah, his is bigger and it's made out of wood.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little sturdier and something that you could use outside a lot more out in the field. Mine's made out of plastic, so it's something that you don't want to accidentally leave out in your hot car or in direct sunlight. His ain't got that issue, right? So that's why I said there's other cats that are making them. Mine isn't something that's I didn't make this shit up. I'm just a cat that's got my own version. So 100%. So if you guys are looking for one, right there, because like I said, I can only make a few, and he can make a lot more standing up. Trust me, I understand. This is 100% fact. So, like when mine run out and you hit me up, you know a guy right here that can make the exact same product that works with the same kind of quality. Man, they work. They save so
there's
much
enough-
time.
If there's enough interest in chat, I mean, we can totally auction one of those off. I'm not scared to throw one out in the mail. I keep selling them as fast as I make them, so I don't have one that I could demo for you, but there's pictures. They're on my Instagram.
I can plug it in and show everybody real quick.
Or you
But that one, we closed that last auction app. Let's just close that one off at
yeah, that
410
one.
to
That
David
one
Moore
closed up at
came in. Is that what you got too?
410. Yeah.
Yep. David Moore came in on the snipe last minute. Really appreciate that.
Let you hear that, sucker. Let me pour some seeds through here real quick. One second, guys. Whoa. Forgot I'm wearing headphones.
Yeah, they're pretty nifty though. I found the blueprints from some canary breeders out of Portugal. That's where I got my scheme, and I had to make mine to my individual dimensions and redesign it. And then Mr. Toad did the same thing for his dimensions. So it takes a lot of brain power to get one of these things to work right.
Oh yeah, man! I've been doing R&D on this thing for a month and a half, and that's every 3 days. I'm making a new version to see how it works on my 3D printer. It takes a long time. If I was standing up with wood, I would have saved a little bit of time for sure. But it's not a one and done. They do online. They call them like canary bird feeders, or look up seed winnowers. Look up the zigzag winnower. That one's a taller version here. So let me show you guys what's going on here. Let's see. Without my funnel, it's a little fucking hard here. Whoa, don't fall. Haven't practiced this from the side. Usually there's a funnel on top that you spin around while you're doing this, so it slides it through on mine. All right, let me turn that off. Fully cleaned seeds there with just one pass. And then on this other side, there's all the chaff that came out of there. We could roll a joint with this shit if we needed to. And then listen, there's no seeds in this other side. There was no seeds that fall out of this real quick. Listen. That's all just straight herb. But this other one's 100% clean seeds with one pass. So like I said, you can do 30,000 seeds in that thing in just like a minute or so. It's fast.
Yeah, the key to making one of those work really nice is make sure that your plant matter's bone dry.
Bone dry. 100%, yeah. But you should be doing that with your seeds anyway. If you're out there making seeds, here's a little tip for you guys. Make sure you dry your seeds down to 12 to 9%. Once you get to that percentage, the seed's going to try to go into dormancy automatically. They're ready to go into cold storage for stratification. And then once they come out of there, they're ready to pop. But don't store your seeds damp. They're going to mold on you. They're going to fucking just die. And they're going to be hard as hell to sift. Hard. Trust that. Put all these back in here. But yeah, that's everything there from me, guys.
Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, man. No, thank you for letting me help out, brothers. 100%.
Let's move on to another auction. Unless we need to maybe do a little jumping jack. Does anybody need to stand up, do a stretch it out in the back, or
Stretch? Yeah.
It's getting late.
maybe
where
do a
I'm
shot
at.
of rum, or what do we shotgun a beer? What do we do here in mid?
I know Brandon went to find some fire a little while ago. What'd you find, Brandon? I know it's getting late for you too. You just said.
Yeah, it is getting pretty late.
Go for it, dude.
Let's see, some old stuff. I either have some Blueberry Trainwreck times MK Ultra, Skunk 1 Blueberry times MK Ultra, or Yoda Kush times MK Ultra, all from 2003.
MK Ultra.
So the MK Ultra was the male. It was from the MK Ultra drop from TH Seeds back in 2003. And a lot of the stuff that we were like running back then in San Diego, my friend, Cross, I have a huge old library that that somebody gave me, and he's still doing his thing. He's still making shit, and he sends me cool stuff all the time. But this is some of the last of what I have. I still have a bunch of it, so I can give away some and still have plenty for myself. So I'm thinking maybe this Blueberry Skunk 1, or the Skunk 1 Blueberry, was one of my favorites as far as when I grew it back in the day, and the effect that I had, it was very disorienting. It was one of those types of weed that I wouldn't want to like go into a grocery store or like try to be in public around people, because it was I just felt really dysfunctional on it. I had a hard time driving an automobile, all that shit. But yeah, so I got some. Let me see how many seeds are in here. I grew out some of this stuff in my greenhouses at the farm, and it has they have massive frames. Things get really big really quick. And let's see, I got like,
Get a timer started. We got bids going, even though you haven't counted your seeds. We're gonna start the timer. Right, we got a bid for $200 here.
16. There's 20 of them.
20 seeds.
20, probably 1 seeds. Yeah, you can. I actually grew some of these out. If you, it's probably ways down on my feed, but they get fucking massive. They take a little bit longer, about 10 weeks, but they put on really good weight. They are they do get hungry because they go a little bit longer. So you want to like have a little bit more fertilization. If you're running like an organic system, you want to make sure that you have enough soil, fertility and nutrient in there to get them all the way to the end. So they can really put on that. But they have some really unique. So this MK Ultra male, I ran out all of these crosses, the Yoda, the Trainwreck Blueberry, the PK, MK Ultra. And one of the characteristics of that male was this kind of garlic onion spice that pops up across the board in a lot of the different crosses. And that was one of the cases, same case with the blueberry skunk one. So it would have this kind of like a sweet, fruity front end mixed with, it was kind of weird, this particular one, because it would have like a sweet front end, but it would have this almost like dirty harbor smell, where it was kind of like, it was like this, like a funky, like fruit and pepper kind of mixed in with like an oniony garlic after back end. And they also get really, really fucking big. Really fucking big. These are some of the stuff that I'm actually going to be using to do some more breeding work in the future and stuff. I have a bunch of shit that I wanted to run through in my box, but yeah, some old stuff, old school weed from San Diego that was really good, that a lot of us made our living off of.
Fuck yeah, dude. Sorry, I was just texting and stuff, but that we're at 2:30 Hugh Hassel. We got a minute to go on this one. And I was just kind of doing some rough math, and I think we're hovering around 20K tonight. And so that's fucking awesome, you guys. Big work, everybody. I think we can maybe even squeeze another 10K out of it and the evening, and get Nick and whoever's going to travel with him taken care of,
Hey, man, let's do it.
There's my timer on that one.
Every time that goes off, I look down at my phone, or I look up at my phone. I'm like, where the fuck's my phone?
Supposed to do. I gotta do some shit. There's some water somewhere that's overflowing.
A couple of weeks, I'll be sending you some Black Lime Reserve crosses, Jackson, your way. Have them all marked out for the different phenotypes that I pulled the seeds from.
Nice.
There's some good stuff in there. There's some really, really good stuff that I pulled out. I found 3 phenos out of all the ones that are very, very similar, that have that like fermented fruit, like that weird funk.
Once I don't know if they're cured out yet, but once they cure, you all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, this one's like this and this one's like that. Like they have a lot that comes out when they get like dry all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Pop, really good.
I got everything labeled, so I'll be able to pull, seeds from this variety, because I use the same male on all of the all of the females. So I'll take this selection. I have the notes for what this one did and stuff, and then I'll put that together, and then I'll have this pheno that was a little bit different and how it grew. That's the same thing that I did with the F2 for what I made too, because I used the same male on the on its sisters to make the F2, and I picked out the same the varieties, the phenotypes that were really, really similar, exact same profile, same growth pattern. And I picked out the outliers that were a little different. So I'll know, hey, this seed stock came from these outliers, and then these ones came from A, B, and C of the same phenotype of phenotypes that were really similar, A, B, and C or whatever,
Yeah. Good idea. So,
Booyah, we got South Lake came in on, Chris Jennings came in on the win on that one, 250 to close it out. Big thanks to both of you guys, Brandon and to Chris.
Yep. Yeah, just whatever information I need to get these things mailed out, just let me know.
Yeah, so he kind of knows the routine, so he'll probably send you a DM and Instagram, I expect,
Perfect.
with a picture of his donation, and
Cool,
then you
cool.
guys go from there. So Gene, looks like you got something to say.
yeah, it was just an important detail that I noticed there. This is crucial interneting here. Every once in a while, I gotta set you straight on there. That was you were for a while, the guy was leading there was Hugh Yassel, or right?
Yeah.
You were saying the proper pronunciation of that is actually Hugh Jassel.
Yeah, Hugh Jassel's one of my testers.
Did I say huge hassle?
No, that's what the guy's name is. That's why
No, it's huge. Yeah.
You said it, and it was like all polite, like, "Oh, Hugh Yassel," you know. And
Hugh Jassel, dude.
I looked and I read it, and I was, "Oh no, this guy's name is."
That's
Hugh
what you were
Yassel.
laughing about. I was like, I didn't even get it, dude. It went like right over.
Yeah,
It's a minor detail, you know, but it happens a lot that I read people's names and I don't, and I think of it one way for a long time, and then you read it again and you go, "Oh shit, no, okay,
Yep.
this is some bullshit." Okay, but anyway, I just wanted to point it out for a little. I knew you'd get that because you didn't realize what it was, and then I read it.
Yeah.
Huh?
There's the. Appreciate
It's getting
that.
late, man. I got to get off here. I'll
Cool,
talk
man.
to you guys.
Thanks
Right on,
a lot,
brother.
Brandon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
Brandon.
you.
Thanks, man.
yeah,
Later, brother.
yeah.
Let's see.
That's pretty funny, man.
Yeah, you.
Huge erection.
You fucking A, man.
Oh shit!
All
Right
right.
on.
So where we at? Who's going next? I feel like I should come up with something here.
Yeah, toss something up.
I mean, I have a bunch of the root beer stuff. I'm actually looking at the drying racks right now. Yeah.
I got a couple more auctions in me, and I should probably call it a night too.
I got one that would be cool. It's one that maybe folks out of Washington haven't heard of. It's a Catholic schoolgirl cut.
Yeah.
And it's been pretty famous up here in Washington and Whatcom County. It's a Girl Scout cookies cross, Dirty Girl. It was the cross, and it got renamed to Teacher's Pet when we moved into 502 because people are lame. But it's really beautiful. This like rose water, rose oil, like flavored. When you extract it, it comes out with this rose water, rose flavored. Really delicious, great extractor. Like I ran it for a couple of years, super strong plant. I've run it deep into the fall here a number of times, and then I actually lost it for a minute, and then it just came back to me. So I threw some of the root beer GMO ones, the other version on it. So this is the other male that I chose, and I expect that with those two crosses, that it will be a really big yielder for hash. And the cross between those flavors, it'll be up in the air as to what that comes out, but it should be a really interesting flavor. It's going to add a lot of cream, kind of, I imagine, to it. I posted some pictures of those Catholic schoolgirls, and I think a few people even got some cuts of that I put out. But it's
I'm running there.
You have it too. Yes, folks that have it and know it are like, what the fuck? It's like really a strong elite cut that is really unknown. Just in the crossover of time between medical and recreational, it just kind of got lost up here. So let's get that one started for 4 minutes on the timer.
What are we calling that one?
It's
Catholic Girl Scout.
Catholic schoolgirl. With the male that was used was the root beer GMO. Number one that I picked. Like I had 1 and 2 is what I called them. So
Those got to be gnarly.
Should be delicious.
I do not doubt that.
And they're obviously they're untested. It's just something I just made. Just kind of throwing it out there as something to grab. There's not a lot of it. It was me that I pollinated, a couple branches. So there's going to be, under 1,000 seeds. I'm not going to put them out. It's just something I was going to make and go through. And it'd be nice for someone else to do the same. So appreciate it. Have you got a chance to flower that Catholic schoolgirl, Toad?
She's growing outside right now. I don't have a lot of space to do indoor, except for some of my breeding and stuff. It's hard for me to throw that in there. I will be running her indoor here after this season when winter comes. I need to run some indoor stuff with testing. I'm going to throw her in there also. But I got her out here to test her against my heat because we're hot as fuck. That's one thing I wanted to do in case I start breeding with her, because my plan was to breed with her and offer some of those as freebie seeds since you passed me that cut, right? I'm not trying to profit off the homies. So what I do is I'll offer them to people for free. I always do something like that when I get something that's a gift. I don't want to take people's gifts and use them to profit. I'd rather put my money into something that's on me. That way there's never issues with the plant. I don't want to put a plant between me and a friend. So if they pass me seeds, I use them in my own breeding. I'll use them for my own smoke, but I won't sell that shit to nobody. And I definitely don't make F2s off nothing or try to reverse somebody else's work unless I'm asked to do so, which to date, I haven't been. So I haven't had to come up with a reason why I wouldn't do it. So again, I don't want to lose a friend over a plant, because shit always goes bad when it comes down to profiting off of something that someone else believes that they put their passion into. So I try to just stay away from that shit. I learned a long time ago about fucking people putting more profit on a particular plant than the people around that plant. So I've always carried that around with me, to never act like some of them fools out there that were willing to trade their best friend for a cutting of something, right? So,
Hey,
but
Dutch.
she's out here. Go ahead.
Oh, there's a question in chat about how many seeds it is. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I'll throw 20, 25 seeds in there. I always like to hook them up on, and it's a good point. Like a lot of the stuff that I throw up in some of these auctions, I make a ton of fucking seeds, and I'm kind of on my path to be a breeder is the way I look at it. Like, honestly, like I'm going through all this shit and I'm grabbing tools along the way and learning from my friends on how to do this shit. And so I'm putting up shit that is stuff that other people made that I made the next gen on maybe a little bit, or I maybe made a simple cross. And like, for me, I'm just trying to go through shit, you know what I mean? On the other end of it. But I always try to ask people, like, is it cool that I auction this, or if I do maybe sell it, I'll split it with them or give them some sort of, I don't know. There's a whole gamut of things. I think the big disrespectful thing in the whole thing is when someone, does just go ahead and put something out and doesn't ask, and doesn't go through and like, hey, I just F2'd this really cool thing and now I'm selling it and I didn't like even ask or talk or offer some respect or some even financial shit, you know what I mean? Like, because we all don't know what it took to make that cross, like I'll say, for instance, that Larry Chimes that I put up, I offered kickback to Gene and to Kev on it because all I did was a step in the process, and I felt like that was worth it something, and then but it was also worth giving like a little kickback to them and whatever.
No, for real, man. We all do it differently, man. But as long as it comes out of love and respect, that's the right way to do it, man. I just mentioned what I said because when I came from the collective working there and managing that place, I seen so much cut through shit going on through cannabis that it fucking cut out my soul to see people fucking like 1 minute come in with their partner and talk like great about them, and then the next day come in and talk so much shit about them and fucking how they were gonna do something to them all over a plant, man. Once the profit margin on cannabis got so damn high at one point, it was crazy, man. And so that's just why I'm at where I'm at, because I just, man, after my family got busted 2 times from cannabis and I lost all my family during that time, and they were screaming for weed, like I'd have done anything to have some free herb. And at that point, there was no one around for it. I couldn't talk to no one because of probation statuses and shit. So like I come down to the part now that plant's for everybody and not just me. So I try to put respect on it in every form when I get it. That's just me. And I know how
Yeah.
you're doing the same with the stuff when you hit up Kev and you hit up Gene, when we all contact each other to ask, or say I'm going to do this or can I do this with that? That's the way this shit's supposed to be done, instead of trying to do it sneaky around someone's back and then trying to explain to them afterwards when this plant really doesn't belong to any of us. We're just the stewards and the next generation, making sure the next guys are going to be able to do what we do, but on a better level, right? If we show them our mistakes and our successes, eventually other people start just getting better at what we're doing, man. And that's how it's supposed to be. And once we can get these plants steered medicinally and for specific terpene profiles for our different types of highs, we're going to be able to help more people like Nick and myself and other folks that are truly sick, right? This plant's not just mind altering in the way that we think, like the psychedelic type highs, right? This plant is mind altering in the fact that it's going to give you a positive mindset. It steers you in the correct direction if you allow it, right? It can bring you back from the bottom pits of hell to the highest and brightest points of your life if you allow it and listen to the plant. It's a form of positivity when you may never be able to find it anywhere else. So that's why that plant, these cuts you guys are getting, these seeds you're getting, they're not just something that are things in a bag, right? These things are our lives. These are our past loved ones. These are everything to us. They're our kin, man. They become so close to our hearts. The way you can hear Gene talk about his plants and Tyler and Dutch here, you guys, you're getting insight that at one time we could never give out without risking our livelihoods. Now we're in a position in history where the information we have can be collectively compiled and offered to other folks, doing like what Kevin did, testing every fucking plant that came to his possession, or like I did, passing it to every single person with specific ailments and seeing which ones did what for which people on a large scale, so I can bring that back and pass it to other people. Or like Nick following around Kevin at the Emerald Cup with all his factual information with doctors to tell him, I need this shit to save my life, man. And it's done it. I need to thank you. And, when it comes back all the way like that, it makes this plant more than just a plant, more than a pack of seeds, more than profit. It's life, man.
Yeah, man. Let's get something else. I don't mean to just be abrupt.
No, go.
Let's
Let's.
get else
It's about Nick.
going. Who's got something else to go?
I could do something with the Roberts Creek Congo in it. I've got some crosses to that Roberts Creek Congo that Kev passed me. I crossed it to the Ghost of Port Royale and to my space cheese. One's called Jungle Toad. And shit, now why am I spacing out on the next one? Man, I'm so high right now. Jungle Toad, and man, I can't even remember what the fuck the name of that one is. It's a brand new one, Space Cheese Congo. But I can do two. They're going to be 10 packs, but there'll be more than 10 seeds in there. So Roberts Creek Congo, the Ghost OG to Kim Dog Special Reserve, and the Roberts Creek Congo to my Space Cheese, which is blue cheese to my Angel. So it's a twofer.
Let's get that one going. I got 4 minutes on the clock. Boom. Go ahead and go back through those because you listed those off pretty quick. I only got
All
a
right,
little bit.
so Roberts Creek Congo crossed to the Ghost of Port Royale. That's called Jungle Toad. The male I sifted out of about 150 seeds that Kev gave me at the Wonderland Seed Series breeders. When I did that in 2017, I've been ever since I came back. I just started running those as much as I could to find whatever I can in there. I've got 2 more females growing outside this year from that Ghost OG Kim Dog Special Reserve. I call it the Ghost of Port Royale. That line that I've sifted myself. She's dominates with that Kim Dog Special Reserve side. It just that plant is it's killer. It's fuel. It's similar to Star Dog kind of in the profiles. If anyone's ever grown any of the Star Dogs out there, especially that Corey cut, you can just feel that fuel come through on that side. She's got a large structure, grows pretty quickly. She should grow massive ass buds, just like everyone's saying with that Congo. She grows big ass colas, and that Ghost OG Kim Dog Special Reserve is a pretty large plant, and its metabolism is fast. It'll eat what you give it. Big. She's a big plant. She's the tallest plant in my garden out this year. Besides GMO, GMO's a wild stretcher, and maybe the Topanga once we get into full flower. Those two may outstretch her. And then that other one is going to be the Space Cheese male crossed to the Roberts Creek Congo. That one's going to be a more dense plant. I'm trying to cut flower time on the Congo by putting my Space Cheese in it. I'm hoping to go from 12 weeks to closer to 10 and to add more density to the flower structure of the Congo. Because the Congo isn't a rock carb herb, but she is an herb that has a killer trichome density. The terpene profile is complex. Cross that to my Space Cheese, which is a peppery Parmesan and like fermented grapefruit platter. That's what comes through across on my Space Cheese. That cross to that Congo is going to give some extremely complex profiles. Very killer herb. That Congo sets me on my fucking ass. It's some of the only herb that I can smoke that settles me completely down. Like I'm rattling shit off here. I'll smoke that shit and I can't say a fucking word. But my brain will be going 1,000 miles an hour. I love that fucking Congo. She is true connoisseur grade cannabis, especially if you like smoking joints, man. She just comes across in a joint so killer. She does make killer hash too. I have ran her into hash since Kev gave her. It's fucking killer fucking hash. Killer.
I think we got Craig Arnold in the lead at 350, about a minute left, something like that. Let's see.
Killer plants. Also a way to do exactly what Kev said earlier by crossing those 2 lines together to pull more of the Congo out if that's what you're looking for. It's a way to start line breeding to your own version of a hybrid Congolese plant by taking 2 plants that have unrelated males and then crossing them together. You'll be able to pull out the alleles that are increasing, which are going to come through the Congo since that plant is reoccurrent in both crosses. It's going to give you a higher likelihood of getting plants that lean more towards the Congo side. It's really a way to start doing some killer line breeding in multiple directions by getting 2 packs that have a related female and unrelated males.
There we go. There's the timer. We got with the win. I think we got Craig Arnold at 350.
Right on. Appreciate you, homies. I appreciate you. And you always get something more than what you bid for from me. You'll get at least an extra pack of something, guys.
Ooh, we got a snipe coming in at the end. 400. I will accept. King Leo,
yeah.
Do you want to fight back? Craig Arnold? I'll fucking take a little text war.
Got probably one more auction and then I gotta call it a night.
Fair enough. I got a ton of shit that people have donated, and we may pop up again on Monday night, or we may try to put these up on a site. Craig Arnold comes back with 420.
Appreciate y'all. The battle for Nick, son.
Yep.
But I'd honestly like, it's getting a little bit late, but I'd like to see if we could get together, another half hour, 45 minutes, and see if we can get closer to that $30,000 number. It'd be cool to hit that, because they're beyond the stem cell. He wants to come up and do one of these treatments either here in Washington or Oregon, and I know that's going to be another 10 grand. Travel, the whole thing. It's not. He can't just rough it up. He's sick.
Yeah.
Fire, government, ghost, Pam, pure Kush. Man, I was gonna say I might have a fucking Skywalker ready, but I don't.
King Leo, we got you at 487. Going once, going twice.
Government cheese. Space cheese. There's a Congo right there. Dog walker. SF.
All right, I think we'll call it there. 487, King Leo, you got it, sir.
SFV. What's in the other tray? I'm checking my cuts and see if I got something available.
Someone's asking about a freeborn hat. Are those available anywhere, Gene?
They're not, man. We could do I don't know. How about a hat? I have two different sizes, so it depends on what the winner wants, a small, medium, or a large, extra large. Those are the two. They're snapbacks. They're silk lined with the flower print. They got the flowers underneath the bill. They got the words. They got the bird.
They're really nice hats.
Got the
They're
flowers
really,
on the back. They're all hemp. I've worn these like in the ocean and the river. They come out totally new. They don't fall apart. They're really nice hats. We could auction one of them, and they have a stash spot in them inside along here. And I'll do one of these hats, whatever the size is. And how about I don't know, 100 seeds of something cool, untested inside. I don't know what. I'll pick something neat.
Mean Gene surprise in a hat.
Yep.
That's cool.
He certainly
That's
doesn't
cool.
come off those hats very easy either.
And will the seeds be hidden in the stash pouch?
Yeah, the seeds will be in the hat.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that stash pouch was there, dude. Unfortunately, you gave me a hat a couple of years ago, and I got a big ass fucking dome, dude. It doesn't fit.
It must have been one of the small ones when I first got them.
Yeah.
I thought they were all large XLs, and I didn't realize that I had small mediums. And it was a bummer because I had buddies who were like, "Oh, do you got a small one?" And I was like, "No, they're all big." And just giving them, and then finally my buddy asked me for one, and I gave it to him, and he's all, "Dude, this is a small." And I was like, "I don't have smalls." And he was like, "You do have smalls." And I was like, "Oh, fuck, okay." So they had split them for me. I didn't actually want them, but it was better because as soon as I had them, I realized people wanted little ones. But I haven't really sold any of them. I sold a couple of them at the regenerative thing. So like you and Nick have one, and Mandelbrot's son has one. Nico and a few other people have one, but not very many of them.
No, my son loves it. He wears it around. I let him wear it around the house. I don't let him go take it out. Even though it doesn't fit me, it's such a nice hat. I'm just like, that's fucking cool, dude. Don't tuck it out. But he loves the hummingbird.
Yeah, they're cool. They're cool. They're cool hats. They're well made. They're grassroots hats. They're like super durable. So they're cool. Yeah, I like them.
Well, there's a bidding war going on. We're at 760 with Hugh Jossel. James
few, homie.
Wellborn answers back with 800. Nice, man.
So Lindsay says, "What's the mystery seeds?" I don't know. I'll pick something cool. Like I said, something cool. 100 seeds, untested, but something that's good. They'll definitely be good. Something that's good outside, and of course, you can always find something that'd be good inside out of any of those things. But the worst stuff testing seems to be like 30% or something of them will be have some intersex indoor or in rough depths or whatever. That seems to be like what is something that's like something that I won't really put out. So they're untested. So if they tested, but that's the funny thing about untested too, is that like I just made the white cross gelato cherry limeade, and those I won't be able to release, but the keepers out of them are going to be fire. So like the people who I gave them to test, they're going to have some bomb shit, but I can't put them out. But with 100 seeds, you can get a really cool cut of something, and I'll do something that I think is going to be stable. Those I kind of knew would probably be shaky. I'm always surprised when the cherry limeade stuff comes out stable. It'll be something like a cool Jarro cross or something like that. I have a bunch of different stuff. I did a big breeding with Jarro. Maybe I'll throw in a couple different things. And, I usually too, if I say how many seeds, it's usually like just a bag of seeds. I don't know. I usually just put some in there. So
we're up to 1,000. One digger
cool.
in the lead. Coming in out of nowhere, too.
Yeah, and I mean, I only made 150 of these hats. I probably won't remake the same one because it's too fun to get them made. The next ones will probably be totally different. Maybe they'll be full logo on the front. They'll probably have different silk inside. I'll probably keep making them with all the same one material. None of the other hats they make are all hemp. Everybody puts like soft material underneath, but I did it bottom, top, all around, so it's all one thing. I don't think anyone else has done a hat like that, really. As funny as it is, everybody always wants to have like more, because they'll let you do multiple fabrics, so everybody does multiple stuff. Like they're pretty cool, and I'll probably I'll do them different. But in any case, like even if they wind up, I sell them all, or wherever I sell them, like 150, that's not a lot, and the next ones will probably be different. I might make more of these like this, but they usually only want to make 420 of any colorway. So that's how Grassroots does their stuff. But I might do different ones, or I might do the same, but I don't think I'll do the same again. And I've kind of just been keeping them to give to people, so they won't ever be like something that you're never going to show up at whatever.
Every Gen conference, and everybody, there's like 400 little teeny boppers running around in 2026.
That'd be awesome. But yeah, that's
what I'm going for.
Different hat, man.
14-year-old.
I still need to get one of yours. I want to get another one of your regeneratives, because mine's a little bit beat up. But I want to.
Well, I almost sent you one, dude. I was like literally walking around like, what should I send him? Like, just the other day, and like I almost sent you one, but I was like, oh, he's got one of those.
I'm gonna be an asshole and take that hat right there, and then I'm gonna take the jean in the middle, and I'm gonna color it Rasta colors, red, gold, green, and black. The jean in the middle, So let's say regenerative. Be awesome.
Of course you are.
He's fucking memeing half now, folks.
We already see what's coming with the long hair, bro. We know the dreads are coming, son.
Yeah, no, we're not no dreads over here. We'll see if I keep it or not.
He's gonna turn into the walking reggae mailman.
From his
will the accent start coming out? JB got this one for 1050. Big ups, dude. That's awesome on the fly inspirational donation. So
sweet. Thank you, JB.
Yeah. Mr. Trees, you been silent for a while, sir. Hop up to the plate and swing your bat.
Hey man, I'm letting the
Okay, one more. You can
do work,
one
man.
more. I gotta call it a night.
Rock and
Right
roll.
on, Cascadian, brother. Thank you
Yeah,
for
we
everything.
appreciate you, man.
Dude, I got all kinds of stuff, man. I mean, we could do some all right, here, I got one. All right, I got one. I got a man, I got a lot of shit I could do. You want to do like something like, weird and pure land racy? Do you want to do
Yes.
something?
Yes. Yes. Weird in pure land racy is where we need to get.
Okay. So I can do a Rabbit Village pack. It's it's like, I don't know what generation it is. So we're at the Regen conference, and I met a lot of people, a lot of cool cats, and one cat gave me some Rabbit Village seeds. I opened those puppies up and just open pollinated them, and made a small batch to preserve the line to look at later. I was thinking, I had them out the other day. That's why I was fresh on my mind. I had them out the other day. I was going to thinking about opening some up or whatnot, but I'll fix that in a second. Basically, it's a village. It's hard to find on the map, but it's basically it's a hash plant type variety. You have permeating floral and kind of sweeter tones to the ones that I saw, but really more on the squatty side of a plant, not a tall stretchy plant, very indica type dominance in growth habit, but really cool, something unique, unusual. You can kind of I think it's I'm not sure exactly the terrain. It could be Uzbekistan, it could be Tregus. It's one of the stands, one of the stands over there on the line in a mountain range. Something cool, something unusual, and as per usual, anything that I send out comes with free new stuff as well. So anybody wants to do some funky breeding or pick up a weird, hard to find landrace type line, there you go. That's the Rabbit Village with some freebies coming at you. Anybody know anything about Rabbit Village or hash plant varieties like that from that area or that region? Anybody pull anything up?
Let me check.
There you go.
I don't know off the top of my head anything.
Well, and that tells you right there, this is something that, something somebody can look at, crack into, play around with. Like I said, it's one of those many landrace projects. I try to keep as many of those landrace things on hand as I can, and I preserve them every couple of years. I'll crack them open and do an open pollination or some sort of, breeding with them just to kind of keep them fresh. And that's one of them. That's one of my, I did, and I was thinking about reopening again. So they're out, and I can pack up. I don't have a, I don't know how many, I actually have, but there'll be probably 12, 15 seeds in there, something like that.
Sorry, I need to start a timer. Boom.
Yeah, I got
There
it.
you go. There you go.
Did you already
Yeah,
get started? Sorry.
I can't look up on the computer. I can't pull up an image or anything, but if memory serves correctly, it's somewhere, like I said, like Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, border, somewhere along, something like that. But interesting stuff. Definitely a working line, not something you're gonna like pull out and be like, yo, this is ready to go sitting on the shelf. It's something that it's got some killer floral, sweeter tones and awesome resin content. Plants like to eat a little bit. They liked a little bit of food, you know, which was surprising to me. But they were killing, you know, great smoke. What you know, after I shucked the seeds out of the, you know, out of the stuff, you know, the key for the dry sift or whatever, you know, always gets used up. And it had a killer cut through flavor on there with, you know, like I said, it's like a floral, it's like a rose lavender with some honey or some sort of sweetness on there, you know what I mean? And they're mixed in with it. They're really pleasant. And they were all uniform in that type of smell from, you know, from that first little batch that I grew out. So it wasn't something that was weird. It was pretty much that, you know, that was woven in there throughout for the most part, you know. So and also with that bad boy, I got these new ones, the PAM 1 or the PAM 1 to the multiple male pollination Christmas cookies or the Santa's cookies. So a bunch of, you know, several males pollinated the PAM 1. And I'm going to throw a bunch of those in there too. Just, you know, I'm trying to give those out. As many people haven't got those ones tested yet. I tested the bacon grease to the Christmas cookies. We've been doing that one. That one's fucking phenomenal. I'm really stoked. I should have kept more of them. But the PAM 1, you know, you always know what you want, you know, so.
God, that bacon grease, the one you sent me, dude, I barely got one root on it. And I'm just like gritting my fucking teeth, dude.
I'll hook you up.
Yeah,
I got all fresh stuff that we can kind of, it's really nice stuff. We'll get you hooked up.
I haven't popped those bacon grease yet.
Yeah, those are fucking cool plants, man. Those are cool fucking plants too, you know. Maybe we can throw one of those up one of these days too. I don't have very many of those F2s left. You know, they're making new ones, but that's a PAM 15 dominant type plant with some fucking, you know, with the straight do-si-do OG type nut structure. Really cool plants, you know. I like digging them, man.
I think we got a winner here. Fazoli, $200.
You got it, man.
Fazoli.
Yeah,
Big ups,
DM
dude.
me, man. Hit me up. I'm gonna write you down, Robert Diligence.
So I actually didn't even talk about this yet, but I put up, I made, so I got the Testarossa lime vine from Urban Terp Factory a couple years back, and I pulled out a good cross, and I went through 800 seeds of the F2s and found a nice couple males, and put that onto the dog walker, and just went through those, and a lot of the folks that did the seed CSA got these, and I'm calling them dog liquor.
Yeah.
But they are fucking crazy. They took that dog walker flavor and added, like, in the structure, which is actually a really nice structure, but it, to me, the only thing the dog walker lacked, the cut, was the bag appeal in terms of, like, just
the structure of the buds.
Structure of the trichomes. The structure was nice. It's this like Christmas tree thing that I actually really like, and in the crosses it came through really beautifully, but it just bulked up the trichomes. And I found out of 72 that I popped, I found one that was like exponentially dog walker. It just was turned up. Like everyone in my buddies that was in the garden was like fucking, one dude was like, would like avoid it like the plague. He'd walk all the way around the room, the greenhouse, to get away from it because it was bothering him. So I put those up. I was originally trying to sell them for like $150, but I just, like, for this auction, I lowered them to $50. So they're on the site, regenerativeseeds.com/Nick or /Nick -Risden. So you hop in on those. I have a big old fucking mason jar of them, so I just wanted to get them out. And I sent some to one eye, before, actually a couple of weeks ago, to make sure he had some, because it was a really good, in my mind, cross with dog walker. I really have a good connection to dog walker. I love it. It just really vibes with my body. And
It's an amazing plant, dude. Like like I had like probably like 80 different things in a deck. And I was just like, every time I would see it when everything was really coming on at like week 3 or week 4 and things are starting to bud, it was just like, whoa, well, that thing's throwing down. What's that? And it's like, check the tag. Oh, it's dog walker. You know, I was like, damn, it really comes on. And then when it really budded, I was like, damn, this thing is nice. But I know what you're saying about it. It has a flat look, almost like it's like halfway to being looking like Skittles, where it just like looks
Yeah,
like
totally.
like it just doesn't look like good weed.
Right.
You know it is if you know. It's just like Skittles. If you know what it is, it's fucking fire. Even outdoor
Exactly.
purple was like
Nailed
that.
it, yeah.
Sometimes it would look like, it just doesn't. Is this really good? And then you'd be like, damn, okay, it's fire. But if you can get a little bit of that, I had that Testarossa lime vine. He gave me a jar of that. I think it was like his number 6 or something. He gave me a jar of it and I brought it home and I opened it up and I left it sitting on the counter. And then I walked back by it and I was like, what the fuck did I open? Because it, like, not to say that it's skunk weed, but walking by it, I was just like, it just smelled like a straight skunk. And then I grabbed it and it was just like that really good, like coffee, like it was just nasty. It was super, super good, but it had like, you could smell like some of the liminess and some of all the influence from everything else. And I thought it was like one of those ones where I was like, damn, I can't downplay how dank this one was. Like I could tell like that Testarossa was bringing some funk to it. It was definitely a good cross. And I could see how it linked with the lime vine. So I know you take that and put it on something else to just shine it up a little bit. I'm sure that cross is probably fucking killer. And then the dog walkers are just like this aggressive butter that just love, and the plant is just like, it's really nice. I like it. I like the,
It was
both sides,
one of
so
the,
I'm sure it's good.
yeah, it was good, man. And like, I remember when I went through the males, I had to use 2 males in the cross. And one was like this frosting, like ice cream cake or wedding cake, like that vanilla frosting thing. And then one was more of that fruit dominant, probably more lime vine. Yeah, honestly, lime vine. Now that I've looked at more stuff at that lime vine, less gas, fruity flavor. And I used both the males that leaned that way, and it came through really fucking clear, man. And the one that I really liked that I pulled out another male was the ice cream cake onto that, and then I pulled a male right out that was straight out vanilla frosting, and I put it right back onto in my mind an improved ice cream cake. We'll see what that comes out of it, but like, I'm just really impressed with those line vine crosses because on the lime vine Testarossa crosses, that's what I'm looking at. I never saw the base lime vines, but like they're on first appearance, they were really awesome and cool, and like, but they didn't have this gas thing that I really like. But as I bred with them across like, this many fucking crosses, I'm just like, wow, they really just add this cool thing to the platform, if you will.
Yeah, it's neat. It's like it's really like substantial. Like the actual plant tissue of it is like really resilient and hardy. Like my buddy's dad was able to grow that over in Westport, which is like right on the ocean. It'd be like if you were like growing weed on the Golden Gate Bridge or something, pretty much. And it like actually grew and was weed, and like they're used to just everything kind of failing. And then the weed, I was like, wow, that's awesome. It's like that. Like, how's it smoke? And we were out in Vegas and I smoked it like late at night and I was just fucking blasted, like giggling off of it. It was the coolest, like elevating high, of that particular cut. And then they tend to be like that, but there's those certain ones in there that are just like, oh shit, okay, this is what I want to feel like, So it's got that too. It's not just a nice plant, but it has cool chemicals. Cool.
Totally. So anyways, I got those up for $50 and I'm going to take that off like at the end of the night, maybe before I go to sleep or when I wake up, depending on how I feel. Because that is really going to end up being like a pack, whatever. It needs to be worth some money because it was some beautiful weed, and I just wanted to try to add that on. So if you got $50 to spend, go hop in and buy those, and you're gonna get some really good weed, in my opinion. But yeah,
I gotta bow out, guys. But if
okay.
you happen
Thank
to
you,
do this
dude.
again Monday night, man, let me know and I'll come chill with you guys and help you run the show. So
Thanks for your help, dude.
yeah,
All
man.
right.
No problem.
Dude.
Yeah, man. Thanks, brother. 100%.
Yeah, man.
Have a good night, dude.
Yeah, you guys have a good night.
So where are we at? Who wants to go next?
I do have something here out of my new test stuff that I could put up. I've got a SFV OG cross to space cheese, the Skywalker G cut, and I have a Fire OG cross to the space cheese. We could do one of each of those.
All right, let's do it.
So that Fire OG is something that I love. I first got that plant in 2003. I held it from 2003 till 2017 until I had my health issues and basically died. It was the herb I went to whenever I needed something to fucking get me fucking high as shit. I crossed it to my space cheese to shorten it down, give it a more sturdy structure, increase a little bit of density on the buds, add more weight. My space cheese is a heavyweight producing plant. Same reason I crossed it to the Skywalker G cut also. I wanted to get that stretch out for a better indoor production so people don't have to start staking shit up all the time. It'll also withstand a little bit more heat by adding it to lines that I've bred in my area. Oh, because like I said, we're one of the hottest fucking places in California where I live. It's hot as shit around here all the time. So me breeding plants into my temperature area, it helps a lot of people that also are in high heat areas. I just made those this year. I made them outside. They were produced outside with the space cheese male and the two females, the G cut and the Fire G. So everybody knows that those weren't produced inside. For me, I like doing indoor and outdoor production on my seeds, but these ones were specifically bred outside. Let's see here. If my damn chat will fucking catch up.
We got MIK 3B333 coming in at 150.
Right on, right on.
Yep, dude. David Skinner right before that. Thank you everyone for your donations, and your support. There's a lot of good gear that's coming out of this too, but it's all us just trying to throw up what we got, and really appreciate just everybody hopping in and supporting. It's super cool. It's more than super cool. It's brilliant. We've done this a couple times now, maybe a dozen times or so, or less than that, but honestly, it's fucking crazy, dude, that we can get on and in 2-3 hours raise 10 grand, 20 grand for a friend that is in big need. I'm just super stoked and feel really fulfilled, in a twisted ass fucking way, to be honest with you, that I get to be a part of helping these people out that we've helped out throughout the last COVID era. And so I just am super stoked, and I'll support that everyone's throwing out. It's a cool ass way that we can do things in this community.
Fucking A, man.
For sure.
Mike B. Yeah, that's right. He pops up in my live feed sometimes, and I was down with the Mike 3B3. It's Mike B. It's one of them names that you never catch the first time.
30 seconds on this one. Mike, you still got it at 150.
Word up, Mike. That was my pop's name, man. Good name.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think you got it.
Right on. He got him. He'd be surprised if he got him. He got him. Oh, Regen Ken pops in. What's up, Ken? How you doing, man?
Let's see. I got a whole list of stuff here. Unless one of you guys is one thing let's see. We should put this up. This is a really cool pack. This is a collab. Ego Death Gardens made coffee F7. Pacific Northwest Roots hit me up today and was like, "Yo, this is a thing both of us want to throw up." And so he has a 50 pack. 50 beans of this coffee F7 that he selected and remade. And he actually threw up some test results to me, and he had a 28% THC, 5% terp result on this.
That's heavy duty.
It's really cool. And I got Kaya gave me his original cut of it, and I just finished it. And so got to see what it was about. And it's another 10 weeker that really comes in at the end, week 8, 9, 10. It really changes flavor. I got to smoke it up when he and I first got to hang out at the Regen conference up in Vancouver. And it's sort of in the same profile as a Gorilla Glue, a Dog Walker. But it's really something special of its own because it has a lot of gas, a lot more gas than those two have. And those are both gas strong, but it's like this gas lime strong thing. And yeah, I don't know. Gene, have you had a chance to smoke any of the coffee at all by
I
chance?
haven't, but I've seen the pictures and I kind of know the background on it. I know the kind of weed, and I know like the stuff, like the Afghani heavy stuff that I've had that's got the coffee flavor, and it's right there with like my favorite types of weeds. So like I have some of them, and every year they're one of those ones. I think I've had them for maybe 3 years or something, maybe 5 years. They're one of those ones that every year I pull them out to plant. And then I wind up going, but I have these things that I made. I got to check these out. I got to check those out. And then I'm like, all right, I'll plant these later in the year in a different wave. And then I don't get around to them, but they're one of those ones that I'm hella interested in because they're just, they're the kind of weed that I really like. Like I myself am more fond of things that are more subtle like that. I'm more likely to like something that smells like coffee beans than something that smells like fruit punch, but like I can appreciate it all. But as far as like my own personal taste, what I'll like go to if I have it both sitting there, it's like I'm going to go more for like the stuff that's like more earthy and like, coffee, leathery, like kind of more deep, dark kind of stuff like that. And it's one of those ones that I'm always like, all right, I'm going to pop these. And then I'm like, all right. And I want to put them back in the fridge, but yeah, I'm definitely interested in them. And it's one of those ones that you look at it and you go, okay, like anybody who's grown a lot of plants, you walk through your garden.
The timer started. Boom.
Yep. You look through things and you look at plants and you're like, oh man, I should have just grown all this. And when I see pictures of it, I'm like, that's one of those plants. I can tell like those are those ones where you look, you're like, dude, this is going to be so much weed. The plant is so nice looking. It's going to be so easy to trim. It's going to look so good in the bag. Like as far as just being like just a really nice buds, it's like, damn, those are like super good looking buds. And then knowing that, okay, it actually has tons of terps and it's super potent. It's like, fuck, all right. You can't really miss with that. It seems like something really cool. And then it's cool too when somebody has like, they did their own selection and it's a little bit off of what the regular one, like those ones that these are for is a little different than what I got. I have like the original like back cross or back cross 2 or something. And then Kaya offered me, I think like some F5s or something like that a year or two ago. And I'm interested in doing them all, but like this one sounds super cool. I would grow them.
Yeah, the Kaya
And this is
gifted-
a limited, I think this is, they're just gonna drop this just here, was what I understood.
That's what I mean. That's why it's cool, because it's someone's own stash. And like,
Right,
I just know how stuff is. Like every once in a while, there's somebody just pulls a cool line out of something. And it's like, you don't have to be, somebody can buy my stuff and make something and show it to me and breed it a couple times. And I'll be like, damn, you made that from this. Like, I've seen it happen, and it's a cool thing. Like, it's all about, anytime you're breeding stuff, you're trying your best, and then you're hoping for everything to align right. And it might not be, there's no way that you can get everything out of it, because you're going to go in one direction, someone else could go in a different one. So I just know the potential in something like that could be super cool.
Yeah, Kaya gifted me some dog paddle, which is the dog walker to coffee to dog walker again. And I did a dog walker BX2 in a different way, and I grew them side by side. And some of those coffees, I was like, dude, that is the coffee added the thing. You know what I mean? So it was really, really cool to see that. So I know it's special. I've never got a pure coffee or anything, but yeah, you know it when you see it, for sure. So
Yeah.
F7, yeah, fuck yeah.
Seems like a killer representation of like a really well worked Afghani line, like kind of like I don't know, when you see things like Gorilla Glue or like Sour Dub or different things that are like that, or even Cam, and there's like these certain things you see, you're like, ooh, somebody found what was really good in the Afghani, and then they locked it down. And that's what that one looks like to me, is just another version of that.
it is, and it's so close to Gorilla Glue, but it turns to the gas lime just a little bit, and I say lime lightly. It's really a gassy, almost, I say this all the time, and it's a weird description, but it's the same thing with dog walker. It's almost a marshmallowy, Lucky Charms marshmallow flavor in my mouth, opposed to the Gorilla Glue is more of a chocolate flavor in my mouth. Whatever my fucking way to think about flavors is. Anyways, that was the timer. Where are we at? Let's see here. I got James at 300. Is that the final? I believe James.
Like that's it right there.
Yeah.
The score. That's a killer. That's killer. It's like
hell that, dude.
Like 5 packs. Yeah, it's awesome. Best
Okay,
out of
man.
those, good. Awesome.
That's a killer steal, man. It really is. He's putting up a regular packs of the BX for like a 200 or 300. So you just crushed that one.
Totally.
And thank you to both dudes, Death Eagle Clashing and Pacific Northwest Roots for putting it up. We had someone was asking about the G Funk root beer. Let's see who someone had. I got clones, 2 GMO root beer clones from MMP 420 that he got from Skunk Tech, and I made sure that we have permission all the way through to put these up. So let's do these. Let's put these guys up. I don't know this cross. Is this the? Was this a pick out of the same seeds that I got, or was this
no?
different?
So
This
funny
is different.
enough,
I thought.
well, it's the mother of
That's
the seed
what I thought.
you got. Yeah. So it's a GMO crossed with a root beer back cross one.
Sorry. No, go for it, dude. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's what that one is. And it's I ran it outside and well in a depth, and I made the seeds that you got with that. And it's like it gets colorful, it's pretty, it grows really crazy, it's really sturdy, it's like super hard. The bud is just straight bud. You could definitely like just take a dry bud of it and trim it like this with your hands, because it just like the bud is the bud, you know what I mean? It's real solid and nice. And
I'm gonna put a timer on this.
tons of resin.
Start this at 4.
Yeah, I mean,
And
you can
like,
check
go for it.
out the page, GMO root beer page on Instagram has pictures of it. And you know, there's pictures of it up. It's good. It's got you know, it drops a ton of resin. It has hash resin. You know, you can wash it, and it's just super vigorous, and you know, it's a good potent plant, and it's not quite as nasty smelling as GMO, but it has some of that in it. And it's just like real greasy and gnarly smelling. And it's just a super pretty plant. And it's finishes, I think, in 70 days. So it's faster. It's a lot faster than GMO. But it has a lot of the good traits from it.
That's what I thought it was when I saw him put it up a couple weeks ago or whatever. So this is go MMP 420, got it from Skunk Tech, and then he's putting up two cuts.
Cool.
So we're bidding for one cut right now, and we're at 350, and yeah. It's going to be really cool to see what how this the root beer crosses flesh out, a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road. It's going to be a lot of really cool crosses and interpretations. I actually got the slushy beer, which is the Bodie. I think it crosses Bodie's granola funk into it, and maybe
that one's
too.
tasty, dude.
Yeah,
like you can smoke that one in a bong. You can smoke that in a dirty bong, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's got a heavy flavor to it. It's a really nice one. And then the new one that he's doing now too is, I think it's the same. I think it's like that. It's a similar cut, but then crossed with the I-95, I think. So it's like even a more big, gnarly, beautiful buds on it, as far as I remember it. I didn't see the big buds. I saw a bag of small buds and smoked them, and it's like a really nice like more we all kind of thought more kind of cherry cola candy type thing. It was nice. That's a cool one too.
No, someone's asking, is this the G-Funk root beer? No, this is not the G-Funk root beer. This is the GMO root beer cut that was used to make the GMO root beer BX2, which is the seeds that I have.
So it's
right?
It's GMO root beer. So it was root beer back cross. So root beer cross Jarro. That was put on the GMO and then cloned, and then I got that clone and I bred that with root beer back cross too. And so those are real heavy on the root beer with some GMO, and then those ones are cool. And people started now with those particular ones, people started to F2 those and put them out in like 50 packs and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and probably let some of those ones out since they're already out anyway. But
You
yeah,
got James.
this is the
James.
mother of those. So
This is the mother of these, and we got James again at the lead with 500. James is cleaning up tonight, dude. Thank you, dude. Big ups, man.
Hell
he's a
yeah.
big collector. He's got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
I gave him a bunch of stuff too a while back.
Good. Cool.
Yeah.
It's a fucking cool one to have. We'll make sure we get it all the way up, one way or the other. Thanks, man. Big ups. Well, let's see where we're at, guys. Anyone else want to throw some other things up? We still got 168 people in chat. We're kind of numbers are dwindling, but
yeah,
two or three more.
I still got those. I still got the crosses. Lion Tree still has more crosses. So he had Chem D, and he says he had 2 cuts of Chem D. I don't know if they're both the same cut or if one is a one-off and the other is the real one, or what the story is, but at least one of them is supposed to be the real one. But you know, Chem D is one of those ones that there's like a lot of like just it's a little it's a little bit off, and people literally who have grown it for 20 years will like sit and argue over if this cut is it or if that cut is it. And one guy who's grown it for that long will be like, yeah, it's this one. And then the other guy will be like, dude, don't listen, it's this one. And so anyway, he had two cuts he sourced from 2 different places. So he's calling them 2 different cuts. I don't even know if they're 2 different cuts. But he hit those with the root beer back cross 2 male that he did all this different stuff with. And Chem D is one of those ones that likes to make those big stacks. That's where it comes from in that GMO, because everyone knows how cookies buds, right? So he has those. So let's do a thing where, because there's 2 different cuts, let's do like 20 seeds of each, so 40 seeds total. So it's like you know, two different crosses maybe, or maybe it's 40 seeds of the same cross and they're slightly different. But I don't really know. The thing about verifying cuts like that is it becomes really difficult when they're arguably the real cut, you know? So let's go ahead and do those. So it's 20 of each. The Chem D cross, root beer, that cross 2 from Lion Tree.
The timer started 4 minutes.
Yeah. And because the root beer's mom is the headband, it's kind of there's a lot of similar stuff in there with the Chem D. So like, as far as potency, these I'd imagine are gonna there's gonna be a lot of potency there. I would expect this to be something that would be probably more better for outdoor, just because Chem D and root beer, they could be some instabilities there. But there's got to be like some pretty crazy stuff in there as far as yields, looks, and potency. And once again, these are Lion Trees ones. These are not going to be a released cross. This is just, you know, he's he's basically letting out a little bit of his special stuff. And anybody who knows who he is knows he knows weed. If you go to Lion Tree Farms on Instagram and you look at his gardens over the years, he's grown a ton of my stuff really well. He's grown a ton of crazy elites over the years. He pretty much always has like the really cool stuff, that, you know, stuff that's hard to get or stuff that's just really crazy. And he grows the hell out of it. He has his gardens look like, you know, like a botanical garden, damn near. And you know, if he says something's good, I'm always like, okay, this shit's got to be good, because he's kind of got everything.
We're at 320.
Empath with 350.
Be cool to see just to see the line out between this cross and like the Bickett, or the GMO with the root beer, you know, just to kind of, I'm enjoying seeing the subtle differences.
For sure.
Did I just say
That's
different?
Yeah, it's cool when people make a bunch of different things. You see like what gets pulled in from different things, and like you kind of get these pictures in your head like, oh, this will do this and this will do this. But like in certain cases, it just takes exactly what you want out of the different things, you know? So like, you know, sometimes and that's the thing is it doesn't just do all one thing. That's the cool thing about popping seeds. Like when they popped that original Chem cookies and they're like, okay, we got Chem D and we got cookies. Now you could have got green weed as small as cookies that grows as slow as cookies and that is a little bit less potent than cookies, you know, but instead, and a little more plain than cookies, but instead what you got was something stinkier than cookies, bigger, but it looked as pretty as cookies and had as much resin, but the resin is chem resin, and then the funk is chem funk, and then all of a sudden you got GMO where it's like, holy shit, this is a super plant, you know. And you get the stack from the GMO, you get the stack from the chem, and you get the you know, the weight from the cookies as far as like piece for piece, but it's bigger, like, you know. So it's just like when it all works out, you wind up with these cuts that's like, damn, what the fuck is that, you know? You get something crazy. So
Hell yeah. The GMO is a killer fucking plant. It does killer work with fucking everything that hits it. It seems like it's like almost any plant you put up in that thing, you come out with something stinkier and funkier that produces better, and it just keeps getting better. It's kind of rare to see in like a single plant to do that with multiple different lines.
yeah, I had the GMO. Skunk Tech made the GMO cross with the Cookie Monster root beer cross cherry limeade. And that was just like, it just had these stacks. It went a little later than everything else, but it was just like these canes of weed, like 3 feet long, were just bam, 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 just all the way up. And you could just see the influence. And so it was like, I got kind of like a more potent cherry limeade plant that had huge long buds, where cherry limeade just gets these little chunks like cherry pie. But all of a sudden it was like GMO bud with cherry limeade weed on it. I was like, fuck, that's a good one. And I didn't do anything with it, but
I think Green Punk 406 has this one at 575.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Mention cookies, and Chad hates cookies. But GMO's bomb, my friend. GMO's killer weed. He got rejected by a Girl Scout when he was younger. Yeah, golden.
So let's see. That is Green Punk 406. So Green Punk 406, shoot me a DM and tell me that you won the Chem D root beers. Mean Gene from Mendocino on Instagram, and I'll be looking for you. and I'll get back to you tomorrow about it.
Sounds like a scary thing. Means you from Mendocino's looking for you. Wow. You up near Murder Mountain?
No, I'm here, but it's not Murder Mountain. You watched the Sasquatch one yet?
Yeah, I did.
That's my neighborhood. Yeah,
that's your neighborhood.
that guy. That's my son's best friend's dad.
Really?
Yeah.
That is
Bigfoot.
awesome. I
Yeah.
sent that to Kev when I watched it. He's like, "Oh yeah, people are into Bigfoot." I'm like, "No, dude, watch it. It's about weed."
Yeah, no, that's when they're like, that's, you know, I can when they're talking about the neighborhoods, I can stand in my yard and point at that hill and point at that hill, you know.
That's funny. It's
Yeah.
awesome, dude. The fucking characters, dude, you must encounter in your growing up. That
There's
as
a lot of
teenager,
characters.
Like, actually, as a teenager, like a 17-year-old boy, you must have fucked around with a lot of people. Like I was, like
Yeah.
that's how I was. We fucked. I mean, maybe it was different because it was weed culture, but we just fucked around with people, you know.
No, we were kind of loose cannons, but yeah, that one I still haven't seen that show yet, but it was hilarious. There's this quote. I was listening to this Joe Rogan, and they have the guy who made the documentary on, and he's like, yeah, I was, you know, he's like, so were you under deep cover? And the guy's like, no, I just kind of, you know, I kind of just tried to fit in a little bit, but I was pretty much myself. But I, you know, I kind of go in there, like, you know, like he's like, I know criminals, so I try to go in there like a criminal. And Joe Rogan goes, well, yeah, you can't just show up as some nerd in Mendocino where the murderous savages are pushing bodies into ditches with the backhoes and shit, you know. And I was like, that's the funniest fucking soundbite, you know. I was like, oh my god,
Mendocino
Right.
Hugo culture, man. That's how you get it
Yeah.
done.
I would love to like get a Joe Rogan interview with someone that, like, you know, they grew up in like Northern California, you know, like just a real like portrayal of it versus like these whatever, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a guy who came looking for weird shit in weird places for however long he was here, being a weirdo, like trying to find the weirdest shit, you know. So it was super funny, and it was like, it wasn't like anything he was saying was untrue. It was just that it wasn't like he wasn't trying to like come and be like, oh, what's it like it up there? He was like, okay, so where's the crazy fucking people,
Right.
and where's the crazy stories? I'm like, you want to go looking, like we can go, you know, but
Hell yeah.
it's not what the average person is doing, driving up the 101, like trying to
Right.
go, you know. Like it was funny listening to just the stories the guy was telling, you know. It was super odd, but I mean, I still got to watch the show, but I don't like I just haven't got around to it yet.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. I think it's all about like just the I don't know, could like there was a couple murder where I remember there's a couple murders that like ended up being just like falsified to be a Bigfoot thing to cover up the grow.
Yeah, he was talking
right?
about that. He was like, yeah, they'd like show up and say that this thing's happened to like scare the trimmers into not having to
Right.
pay them, and like there's all kinds of weird shit. And I mean, it's a wild place. Like our missing persons list is, I think, it's probably the biggest like in the state, like, or I don't know if it's in the country, but it's
I think it
definitely,
might have been in the country in the documentary. It's huge.
there's a lot more people missing here than there are in other places. And you know,
Fucking A.
there's crazy. I mean, like I know a lot of crazy fucking stories. Like if you follow the happenings here, yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit. But you know, I mean, it's just like anywhere that's kind of crazy. Those things like happen. Most of those people are in some way kind of signed up for that. Like if you see the real gnarly gang violence in certain cities, it's like most of that violence is among the gang, or a lot of unfortunately here some of those missing people are like people who are maybe like trimmers or people who were innocent, but a lot of it is just like funk between people who are doing weird shit, and they all get weird and something weird happens. Like you see how like Murder Mountain was. It was like that poor dude came up and he like was working with these dudes who, like, if you knew better, you'd probably be like, these dudes are fucking assholes. Like, you shouldn't be out. You know what I mean? So it's not like, you know, it's not like you go to the Mendocino coast as a tourist and you're like, whoa, this place is bloody. That's how they make it seem, but it's, you know,
There's guys just running four-wheelers, shotguns, just like smoking bongs.
that's like, yeah. And I mean, yeah. And then there's like certain roads, if you're here, you know, there's certain roads you don't go on if you're not invited and shit and all that. But there's a lot of places in the world like that. A lot of those places are real nice places too, you know?
Anyways, let's what do we got? Let's do one or two more. We're gonna do midnight.
All right. Let's see. So this one I almost don't want to put up because we don't have a ton of people here.
Let's
This
not do
one,
it. Let's do Monday then. If you want
There's
to wait.
only save it for Monday for a little earlier out and
Yeah.
put the teaser. It's basically there's that tropical sleigh ride. And he's got that cross in the last, there's only been one pack of that ever auctioned. And that one went for like 9,900. So I don't want to put it up like late night and have one go for too low. Because it'll probably be the only other pack really put out. But somebody said, where's the name Jaro come from? The name Jaro comes from Kilimanjaro sound system in Jamaica. It's one of the best. In Jamaica, they have sound systems. It's like instead of a DJ showing up and playing on like a PA, they have like big ass trucks that show up and build walls of speakers, and like it like rattles your insides, you know. And then they had like but way back in the day, they had like the best live acts, like singers and rappers and everything, and like nasty DJs come out and then they play. And like Kilimanjaro sound systems, one of the gnarliest sound systems ever. And I had a buddy who I grew a plant for him, and I was like, yeah, this shit's good, huh? And he was like, yeah, and he's from Jamaica. And I was like, oh, what should you call it? And he goes, call it Jaro, because Jaro's the baddest one, you know? And that's how that name stuck on that weed. And it really has been like, for me and him, like the lime and the Jaro the best. So like he calls lime. I call my favorite lime 1, but he calls lime number 1. He's at the number 1. And then the Jaro, you know, is another favorite. But
hell yeah.
So somebody said, let everyone donate 200 for 10 packs. So there is going to be packs put up on Regenerative. Go look and see what there is. There's good packs up there for 50. There's going to be good packs up there for 100. There's going to be good packs up there for whatever. I'm going to go ahead and get some stuff over there. So those will be up. You can go look and see what they are. I'll figure that out. I got to dig into stuff and figure out what's going to be up on there. And there will be, because I always like to do that, make sure that there's a thing where if everybody can't get in on the auctions, then there's just something you can get, and it doesn't mean that it's not as good. It's still really, you know, cool stuff. So
yeah,
And I have a
too.
whole list. I have like 28, 30 items here. I got Nick had put up a bunch of Gage Green Group stuff. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 packs of that are like limited stuff. You know, most of them are under 20, 15 out of 16, 17 out of 19, 8 out of 12, 19 out of 20, limited, very limited release packs. I don't know too much about their work, but I'm kind of under the assumption that they do good work, because a lot of people you know, basically say the same shit. It's good work. They have some weird, they're weird, but they do good work. That's what I hear all the time over and over again, you know, so I can only assume that's true. There's Daniel Cruz has some cool cuts he's going to put up that we can get to, I think, on Monday to just kind of pump that. He's got original Lemon G cut he wants to put up, an Ohio clone only Cincinnati Death Star.
Yeah, I got one of those right here.
Yeah. And then he's got the Corey Haim Star Dog, which was talked about or mentioned earlier.
I got that here too. I breed with.
Yep. Maybe he got those from you. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. It's possible. Maybe.
Santa Cruz Cannabis Company's got a bunch of packs, a bunch of their Cherry Chem packs, crosses.
That Cherry Chem was killer.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of stuff. So we got I have 3 different auctions to do with 2 to 3 packs per auction. And then we got a bunch of stuff for whatever reason. There was a bunch of Bodie crosses that came in too that we should dig into, and maybe if he's got some time, I don't have a connection to him, but maybe if he's interested in hopping on, I don't know if he does lives. I've never seen him on a live.
He doesn't usually do that kind of stuff. He's like just super chill and private. And
yeah, that's kind of what I thought. But there's a bunch of stuff that people want to put up with crosses of his work that seemed really interesting. And yeah, so I think we should call it for the night unless you guys want to push a couple more things.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not trying to cut it short by any means. I just don't want to
yeah. Let's see. Somebody was just asking about the purple unicorn. The purple unicorn has gone to some people. I haven't seen it finished out yet. My assumption is that it'll be hella purple. It's definitely going to have some cool flavors. It will be stable outside based on the parentage. Might not be stable inside based on the parentage. But it's going to be cool. I'm only putting it out as a collab with me and Bodie just to help people out. So you'll only get it this way. And it's, when you get it, it's, it's helping somebody out. And it's the first of more that we're going to wind up doing. So it's kind of a cool one. It'll be collectible in that sense because me and Bodie will keep doing some stuff. Someone else
I put a few packs up on the site. I think about 15 or 20 that have already probably sold or sold out, but there might be some more to come because you got to count it out and see exactly what you got.
Yeah, I got to see what I really got of them. I'm not sure exactly what I have.
So there'll be some more. There'll be some more available. Is what I'm trying to say. Like they sold out.
So keep checking. Anybody who wants to do stuff, anybody who wants to help out Nick but wants to get something, check the regenerative site because there's going to be a lot of different things. Things could get added all the time. I have people who hit me up. A guy hit me up with a bunch of Cherry West out crosses that he did, like strawberry banana, I think Star Dog, cookies and cream, a bunch of cool clones. And they're going to be really neat crosses that I read. And I was like, I would definitely try making these if I had them sitting around. They're going to be super cool. The strawberry banana one stuck out because that plant is one of those ones where I wasn't amazed at the terps, but the plant was incredible and the resin production was incredible. And the Cherry West is so dominant on there. So what I'm going to do is some people who wanted to donate things and it's too much for this format, I'm going to have them basically get in touch with you, Dutch, to be able to put stuff up on there to list for some extra things. Just a few. There's a lot of people hitting us up. If we wind up getting to the point where we hit our goal, then we'll be cool. And if not, then we're going to keep putting more stuff up. And so just keep an eye out for all this stuff. And then right here, a silly question just to answer real quick because dude is interested. On my IG, I use a coin that's from the United Republic of Central America. And I picked that because I like to look at coin stuff on Instagram, and I was following some stuff. And I just hella liked that coin, and I liked the sun and the mountains. And I considered using it as a label to add on to my labels for stuff that was only for outdoors, because I do have some stuff like that that's kills it outdoors and it's exceptional outdoors over a lot of stuff, but it's not indoor friendly like some of my cherry limeade stuff. So I found it and I kept it and I put it up because it's perfect for a avatar, because it's round, and I just loved the art on it and shit. The way, the old feel of it, I thought was super cool. So it's cool that somebody knows that from back home, and also it's hella old, so they obviously know history of. He's from Honduras, so that's cool, dude.
This Steph V, I'm just like following back on the text line. He says he's woke up at 4 a.m. for this auction. He was really interested in the purple unicorn gelato cherry limeade. So there's more of those, bro. Really appreciate you waking up and like being super interested. So like once Gene has a full count on it and gets me stuff, we'll make sure that we can get one held aside for you at that price point. Just hit me in the DM and I'll try to work it out. I'm like blinking. It's gonna be like hard work, but like we'll figure it out one way or the other.
Yeah. Yeah, take a note of that guy, I guess.
Yeah. So it's so hard. I mean, honestly, with everybody, like just every little extra detail is like just makes it that, whatever. But like we're also want to like we're here to raise money for our friends. So like really appreciate like you waking up and like being a part of this, and we want to fucking hook it up, so.
All right, well, cool. I'm just kind of looking through the comments real quick, trying to get an idea of where we're falling short or what we can do and all that. But I think we're pretty good. I think we did all right. I don't know.
I think we did some damage. I think we got over 20K. Yeah, we can circle back around and check the numbers out and see where we're at, and I definitely think maybe do another Monday and make sure we can make that nice and secure fucking platform. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to just give the dude 25K. I would love. I mean, like, this is fucking awesome. Like, this is amazing. Thank you, everyone. Like, I don't want to like belittle it, but I'd like to like get the extra amount that he can do his thing. And come up here to Washington or San Francisco and do that follow-up appointment with I don't know, man.
Yeah, for sure.
It's always more than one, man.
It was good.
And it's always more than everybody thinks.
Exactly.
When you say something's going to cost this, it always costs more for whatever fucking reason. Especially when you got to travel internationally, there's going to be extra expenses.
Especially when it comes to doctors, man. You can always ensure something's going to cost more, man. Trust that. So
big ups to everybody. Big ups to all three of you dudes for sticking in, doing a long show,
So yeah, and next time we go on, I can do another hat deal too. We'll put some of those up because people wanted them, and we'll do the hat and the blind pack. Hat and the blind pack seeds. Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah.
It'll be cool. So
that's cool.
All right, everybody.
Nips or something, we'll get it crazy, man. We'll get it going.
Fucking A.
Thanks everybody for hanging in and checking it out. And you know, I hope anybody who didn't get anything can go over, check out the website, and there's going to be cool options over there of stuff. So, yeah, check that out for sure.
Yeah, and I'll add a bunch more stuff in the next few days going forward. So keep checking it out, you know, type deal. And thank you everyone for your support, your donations, and everybody. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, it's also fun just to learn so much about genetics. You know, I get to sit on the side and kind of learn from everybody, so it's cool too. You know, that's a little side benefit of this.
Yeah, and everybody's showing up to just check it out. It's not about like, you don't, you know, just as big of a thanks to everybody who showed up just to come and watch everything and read the comments and leave some comments and, you know, drop an emoji or whatever. Like, it's just all a party either way. So yeah, thanks for checking it out, and thank you guys for hanging in and donating all the stuff, and thanks Dutch for organizing it and everything, hosting it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
yeah.
Dutch, big ups, man. Big respect, Dutch.
All right, fellas. Well, I'm gonna tune out. Much love to
Well, good
everybody.
night, everybody. I'm gonna end the feed. I can
Peace
figure
out,
out how to stop
Gene.
it. Oh, that's just my video. That's not in the feed. Holler.